Excuse me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third day of EOSC Festival. We are approaching two new burning issues in the field of open science practice, but also we will conclude today the 2 days that we have already accomplished. So maybe for those who are not able to join us on the first and on the second day of the EOSC Festival, I will just brief you what we have experienced and what kind of topics we have challenged and addressed in those 2 days. So for the on the first day of the festival, we were focusing on the policy of open science and EOSC implementation, we had a challenging discussion and topics on how to implement, what kind of policies we should have in place in order to make open science a new normality in the future of the science in Poland and in Europe, and also how to sustain EOSC and open science at the national but also at the European level. On the second day, we moved on to the practice of open science and the practice of EOSC, and it was the day of the fruitful discussions. The first one was more focused on sustaining EOSC at the national and European level. It was about funding for open science, and we had an excellent examples of the agency, national agency, introducing open science in their policy and practice. It was the representation of Ireland and presenting Health Research Board practices and policies. And the second presenter was focusing more on non-commercial organization funding open science. At the afternoon panel yesterday, we had a broad landscape of very rich infrastructures of open science and EOSC practices. We were discussing with most experienced and leading institutions in Poland, trying to present Polish use cases and Polish best practices, also working at the European level, as these practices are often implemented in the European consortia. Today, we are moving on to another issues. The first one is skills and competences, best practices. It is the issue that, in fact, was mentioned many times in those 2 days, because it is a burning issue regarding implementation of open science. It is the linkage between the policy and the practice. So today we will have a great opportunity to discuss it with also leading institutions, leading organizations that implement skills and competences on their daily work. And finally, in the afternoon, we will move on to tools and services. So in order to somehow it will be the binding issue of the two, the infrastructure coming together with skills and competences. So I would like to welcome you, and I hope you will join us for both sessions. If you have any questions or other issues to discuss, obviously please use the chat. We will try to respond to any issue that is mentioned there. And I hope you will enjoy these 2 sessions, and let's move on to the panel, which will start 10 a.m. Thank you very much, and see you in a few minutes. Hello, everyone. Once again, welcome after the short break. Now we are starting the panel Skills and Competences, Best Practices. And I would like to start from introducing our honorable guest speakers that will participate in this particular panel. So first of all, let me introduce Maria Pawłowska, who is the Director for International Relations at WIZNEA. She's also the Program Director of Data Steward School. Dr. Anna Wałek, who is here with me in the studio, almost like festival studio we have here. Dr. Wałek is the director of the library at the Gdańsk University of Technology, but also she's person, a member of data stewardship and curricula EOSC task forces. So she will have the overview at the national level and at the EOSC level of the situation regarding our topic. Let me introduce and welcome Natalia Greenpeter from Open Science Platform at ICM University of Warsaw, who is also an Open Air National Open Access Desk representative in Poland. And last but not least, Roxana Wilk, the coordinator of Academic Computer Center Cyfronet from University of Sciences and Technology in Krakow. Roxana is also a chair of Rules of Participation Compliance Monitoring EOSC task forces. So she will also have both the national context, but also the, I would say, fresh news from the EOSC level regarding our topic. I have a pleasure and I'm very proud to be a chair of this session. So let me start from Dr. Anna Wałek, who is here with me. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Thank you for inviting me to this event. I would like to tell you a little bit about our university, our institution, and the competency center of data stewards that we are running at the university. First of all, I represent Gdańsk University of Technology. I'm the library director then and the representative of rector for open science. And Gdańsk University of Technology is one of the best technical universities in Poland and also a leader in research data management trainings and research data management support for researchers. And it's because we established in 2018 the first Open Science Competency Center at the university library. The university is also the second best research university in Poland and in the initiative of Excellence Research University, a competition of the Ministry of Education and Science. Open science activities are concentrated in the university library, especially in the Open Science Competency Center of the Gdańsk Tech Library. In Poland, it is mainly libraries that are responsible for creating tools, designing and delivering services, as well as spreading knowledge about open science. The libraries also usually employ data stewards. I mention it because in different countries it looks a little bit different. In Poland, there are also some other departments at the university engaged in this process. For example, the departments that support researchers and research projects. We, as the librarians, as data stewards, implement the open science policies of the funding agencies, such as National Science Center or the European Commission. And as I mentioned, in 2018, Gdańsk University of Technology established the first Open Science Competency Center, dedicated mostly for helping researchers with issues of research data management and data sharing. And also verification and preparing data to be fair. Gdańsk Tech Library, so myself and some of my colleagues are involved in all the key open science initiatives, organizations such as EOSC Association, including the task forces. So the task force for data stewardship, curricula and career paths. And as well as GOFER, we are the national chapter of the Data Stewardship Competency Centers Implementation Networks, creating also the national network for data stewards that have already more than 80 participants. And we are also Research Data Alliance organizational and affiliate member, data CSER member, Spark Europe Board of Directors, and many others we are involved in. So we are trying to be an actor for every open science activities all around Europe. Gdańsk Tech is also the first university that created the multidisciplinary open research data repository. So it was built from the beginning on the basis of FAIR principles, and it is called Most Wiedzy platform. In English translation, it means the bridge of knowledge. And it is also EOSC ready. And it's the first and only, for now, data repository indexed in Data Citation Index and under the process of certification of Cortra Seal, institutional repository, because we have one data repository already certified, and it is Clarin.pl. Yeah, this is a very complex initiative because all the services, the Research Data Repository, the Open Science Competency Center, and also the data analysis on the supercomputing, in the supercomputing center, and the virtual microscope has been delivered with the Bridge of Data project. My colleagues Michał and Paweł presented the infrastructure yesterday. And my colleague Magdalena will tell you more about our services later this afternoon. Our researchers from 3 universities in Gdańsk, because the Bridge of Data project has been implemented by 3 universities, Gdańsk University of Technology, the Medical University of Gdańsk, and University of Gdańsk. And we, as 3 universities, made available in the repository over 30,000 datasets. So it's quite a lot, and it's from different disciplines, and over 60 researchers from different disciplines representing all the 3 universities were involved in this process, and now they are the ambassadors of the repository of the Data Stewardship Competency Center at their faculties. Other Polish institutions also are joining the group of data providers for the Bridge of Knowledge repository. It was possible thanks to the cooperation between all the units at the university, so the university library that provided expertise and designed the services with the help of over, as I said, 60 researchers, but also or mainly with the help of our IT staff from the Gdańsk University of Technology IT Center and the Task Supercomputing Center in Gdańsk that provided the infrastructure and the tools for the repository. And it was possible, as I said, because of the cooperation between these units at the university. As I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, one of the main goals of the university library, so the Open Science Competency Center, is to provide training and help for researchers that are connected with data management plans, training for fairness of data, openness of data, and also the process of preparing data to be published. After we established the Open Science Competency Center, a National Science Center introduced the Open Science Policy, as well as the need for preparing data management plans for the research project. And it helped us a lot because before we started this this implementation of the open science policy of the National Science Center, researchers in Poland, so in Gdańsk, were not that aware about the need of making data fair and data open. So I believe we will talk about this a little bit later during our discussion. But I wanted to point this that the policy, so the national policy, the institutional policy of the funder, and also the policy of the institution, so of the university, helps to provide more dedicated help and more dedicated training for the researchers and to engage researchers in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ania. I have a question about, in fact, incoming Pomeranian Open Science Conference, because I think this is also an important place from the perspective of, let's say, peer-to-peer learning, but also for networking, which in case of data stewards or data librarians is very important. As it is very, let's say, new field, and we are still in the process of creating structures, as you said, for training the trainers, training the data stewards. So this peer-to-peer learning is also important at the, let's say, institutional level, but also at the national level. Mm-hmm. So could you maybe say something more about the conference, which is now, I think, the 6th or the 7th? Second. Okay. Oh, yes, 2nd of December, but which one is it in the row?
The 6th edition.
Exactly. So this is almost our open science tradition now in Poland to participate in this Pomeranian Open Science Conference. So that's why I would like to mention maybe it. And
yes, thank you for asking this question. As I said, we are at the Gdańsk University of Technology Library. We are the leaders of preparing trainings and support also for researchers. But as you mentioned, we are also the main organizer of the Polish Data Stewardship Network, Data Stewards Network. And it started 6 years ago. And we started with the first edition of the Pomeranian Open Science Conference, and it was a kind of revolution because it was one of the, or the first and only at that time, Open Science Conference, only Open Science Conference, because the topic was covered by other, let's say, seminars and conferences, but usually in the context of the work of the library or the researchers or the IT staff. So we also had a lot of interest in the first edition, so internationally. And we also invited, on every edition, we invited guests from the main institutions, main organizations from all around the world to implement the open science, open research data idea and practices in Poland. So every conference, every edition of the conference is attended by more than 100 people. And we had only once the online conference in 2021, and we had more than 350 active participants on that conference. So it was a lot, and it showed us that this is the direction we should go with the next editions of the conference. So every conference is also during the conference, there is also a workshop, and usually this workshop for data stewards. So the main topic of the workshops in the past were data management plans, data policies, and this year we will have the EOSC, Polish EOSC group meeting during this conference as well, and we will also have some guests that will tell more about EOSC initiatives. And hopefully we will spread a word about EOSC all around Poland. And also during the conference, we also have the meeting. Last year in December, it was the kick-off meeting of the Polish Data Stewards group under the umbrella of GoFair. And now, as I said, we have more than 80 participants from all around Poland in this group, and we will meet again during the conference, during our annual meeting. So hopefully we will see each other in Gdańsk on the 2nd of December this year.
Exactly. I also asked this question not without reasons, because this is where we would like to meet again with the EOSC and Polish network of EOSC organizations, those who are already in and those who would like to join. So that will be a good moment to be in person, have a word, discuss the issue, present what we do and what we are planning to do, because in fact the network is still developing, and the form we want to work all together is quite new, but there are already some plans, and I think most of the institutions in Poland interested in EOSC and open data research data management are very welcome to join us. Thank you very much. Ania, I have one more question, because you are one of the most advanced universities regarding data stewardship. Could you tell me, how much does it take to upskill the data steward, to have a person and then say that this person is ready-made for work as a data steward?
It's a really difficult question.
I know. I know also that, to make our audience aware, I think at the moment being a data steward means continuous education. It's not that you stop. I think the open research data, let's say, practice also changes, evolves, and you have to follow. And also, there are many directions to develop yourself as a data steward. It's not just one practice. You can choose between different areas of specialization as a data steward, but also different disciplines, which wasn't mentioned so many times during this conference. But it has to be also highlighted, as it was maybe a little bit discussed during the infrastructure, that as disciplines differ, the data steward practices will also differ. So maybe just, estimated time that you need to have a data steward.
To become a data steward, you don't need days or months, you need years. Because it's also all about what do we mean by saying that the person is a data steward. As I mentioned during my presentation, the library is coordinating the data stewardship activities at the university, but not every librarian could become the data steward. So I usually say that we are the data librarians more than data stewards, and the data stewards are the people that are involved in the research. So the members of the research teams, PhD students that have experience in research, and they understand the discipline, the field that they are conducting the scientific work, the research. But at the beginning, as a librarian or as a member of the administration staff supporting the data stewards and that data stewardship activities and also researchers, you can take a lot of training and prepare yourself to become a data steward, because you need experience or the knowledge about how the research is taken, how the research process looks like, but also you need some soft skills, some communication skills, and also knowledge about metadata, about the FAIR principles, about repositories. So you can actually learn a lot about repositories, about all the technical, I think Roxana will tell us more about it a little bit later, all the technical issues and all the infrastructures that are needed for the research data stewardship and making data fair and open. So Marysia, that is today in this panel, will probably tell us more about the data stewardship school, data steward school, which I'm also involved in as a trainer. And this is the good starting point to take a training to find your way, to find your path of career, and and become data steward.
Yes, exactly. I couldn't agree more. What more, being a data steward means also you need to understand and know the policies of the founding agencies, because this is exactly your guidelines, how and where to go with particular research project if it is founded. Yes, it is regulated. So working at the university, I was always trying to involve those principal investigators and the PhD students that got a grant to first understand the policy of the founder. You know, what is expected from the very beginning, what is expected, what is out there, to follow, especially with data, the right pathway until the end of the project to get the final report implemented and submitted successfully. Okay, thank you very much. Our time is up for the moment, but we will come back to the discussion later on. Now I would like to invite our online panelist, Dr. Natalia Green-Peter from Open Science Platform, ICM. Welcome, Natalia. Nice to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. Natalia is also opener National Open Access Desk in Poland, so she has broad perspective from the university perspective, open science platform perspective, but also opener ones. Natalia, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here and inviting us to this event. And I hope that you can hear me, see me, because I've had some difficulties earlier, but I assume everything is right.
Very well.
So in this panel, I would like to present our mainly training activities that are conducted as part of the Open Science Platform activities. But let me first introduce the unit we are working in. It's an interdisciplinary center for mathematical and computational modeling. It's a data science and HPC center based at the University of Warsaw, where high performance computers are used for processing, analyzing, visualization, and advanced computing tasks. Tasks in many areas, for example, transport, medicine, environment. You might be well aware of whether numerical predictions done by Meteo team or epidemiological model for COVID, also other areas of expertise that are developed in ICM. And also, what I will focus on today, ICM is active in open science field, and our team, open science team, is the one responsible for those activities. And we are developing open infrastructure and services, providing training and consultancy, promoting open science. Also, as you can see, we are. You can find us on social media, so we try to promote open science in a wide way. And I know that this panel is devoted to skills building, competencies. But my presentation will be a little also about services, because our approach to all those areas in open science, such as infrastructure, services, training, support, is I would say a holistic one. So those areas are reinforcing each other. Activities in those areas are reinforcing each other. That's one thing. Another important thing is that our scope of operation is nationwide. So we are based at the University of Warsaw, but we provide both services and training for researchers, also from other universities or research institutes. And what is also important, all those services and training and support are available for both individual researchers and institutions that we cooperate with. I think that's pretty much sums up our approach. Also, I will present or big parts of my presentation will focus on research, big projects, a platform of Polish scientific publications, and disciplinary open research data repositories, because many activities in training, in skills building were based or were conducted in the framework of those projects. Main areas in training that we focus on recently are open access, research data management, and as always, legal aspects of open science. We also provide training for users of our services, for people and institutions that are interested in using, for example, repositories or that are interested in using the Library of Science, because our audience, our participants of our training are not just researchers, librarians, or staff working at research performing organizations, but also publishers. And maybe it will be the first part of my presentation, the Library of Science, because it is a big service that provides full text of articles published in Polish scientific journals, and also selected scientific books. It's constantly growing. We have new articles, new journals, new books added in cooperation with publishers, and also thematic databases. It's open for free to anyone, and also I must stress that it's developed in such a way that takes into account technical standards regarding, for example, metadata or formats. As you can see, it's the numbers are, I would say, quite impressive, and we are and will be still celebrating 500,000 articles in the Library of Science. You can also see that we have over 1,600 journals and over 200 books available in the Library of Science. Connected to this project, a platform of Polish scientific publications, were also training activities. We've conducted 23 trainings for publishers with over 800 participants. And one of the themes of the training was adopting Creative Commons licenses. And we provided support for publishers that wanted to change or somehow adjust their publishing policies to take into account Creative Commons licensing. Also, additional educational resources were prepared, and they are available online on the project site. Two brochures about open access, one for researchers and the other for publishers. So that was connected to open access to scientific publications and books. And another project, but also part of our activities I would like to present today is connected to research data. Because we were also developing or conducting a project within 3 research data were developed. And it's also, it's one part of the project, but maybe I will focus on those repositories first. So we have a general purpose repository for open data report, which was available before the project, but on different software. Now it's based on Dataverse as well as 2 disciplinary repositories, social data repository and macromolecular crystallography raw data repository, a repository for crystallography. Here, sorry. Yes, and training activities within this project were devoted mainly to research data management, and we've managed to organize 22 trainings for over 1,400 participants. So it was a very large scale project, and also additionally 10 shorter webinars that were using of those. And although most of our training activities are discipline agnostic, within this project we had opportunity to organize discipline-specific trainings with project partners, with Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, Polish Academy of Sciences, and also University of Warsaw Unit Robert Zając Institute for Social Studies. Those were social trainings connected to the social data repository, and also crystallographic data repository training with Adam Mickiewicz University, the chemistry department, also a project partner. And we have additional educational resources, 3 brochures that focus on research data sharing, using data repositories, and legal aspects of data sharing. Those resources are also available on the project website, and I think within a week or so, we will present a new updated version of two of those publications. So we're also very happy about that, that we can present a new version. What was important during the project and is still important was the cooperation with project partners that facilitate research data sharing. And I invite you to read an article that was published in Forum Akademickie about this cooperation. And I must stress that we are still developing or focusing on cooperation, but in a more wide context, because we invite institutions, universities, research institutes to use this repository, because it's openly available for everyone, as I said, for individuals and for institutions. And it can be a single point of access to research data from various institutions. It helps making research data fair, which was also a big part of our training. And it's offered at no cost. Actually, currently we have over 20 agreements and 12 collections already launched and visible in the repository. So you can see that as you visit our website. And in the past, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 months, we also prepared 3, let's say, questionnaires or question and answers surveys with institutions that use our repository for their institutional collections. And we ask them about the way they work, the way they approach supporting researchers in research data management and data sharing. So I also invite you to take a look at that, because I think it gives insight in how data is managed and at this institutional level, at least in those 3 institutions. So just to maybe give you some final thoughts about our activities and additional information. As I said, we are active in promoting open science in social media, via newsletter and website Otwarta Nauka. We also translate important or interesting for researchers and scientific institutions documents such as Planes or Budapest Open Access Initiative, the recommendations that were issued this year. We prepare reports, and the most recent one you can see here on transformative agreements, and are active on the international European level, which I will also address in the second panel today, when I will present Opener. So maybe I will skip this slide and I invite you to the next panel, because I will talk about Opener in more details. And just to finish, it's my last slide. I wanted to stress that we are meeting during Open Access Week. So some of the skills building or competencies building activities are also conducted within this framework. And this year's theme of Open Access Week is focused on climate justice, and also I would like to invite you to read an article about some recent open access initiatives that deal with sustainable development goals and those more specific disciplinary but also interdisciplinary actions that aim to solve some issues or problems of the current world. Here you can see my and also our team email, and that's it. Sorry for taking, I think, maybe 2 or 3 minutes longer.
No, I think it was perfect. We just had we have a bit longer time in this panel because we are 4. But we have, the guest speakers we've brought and extensive experience. So that's why we would like to discuss the particular panel, presentation, and later on we will move on to the discussion. Natalia, I have a question to you as well. You also didn't mention your networking activities, which I am also familiar with, and they are very useful because you are also running a group of open science coordinators. Could you a little bit mention about it, because it could be interesting for those who are still not in the group, and this is very useful mechanism of communication.
Yes, thank you for this question. I've left it for another presentation, but maybe it's a better place to discuss it. And why I have left it because this group establishing this group was a follow-up activity to Open-Air National Workshop that was conducted in 2020 online. And in 2 meetings during the 2020 year, we organized workshops, the first one on open access policies in a more wider sense, and the second one on research data management. And as a follow-up to this workshop, we thought of establishing a network and a way that we could communicate and exchange some essential and interesting information. We use simply a mailing group and organize at least 2 or 3 during the year meetings for participants of this group. Currently, I think there are over 70 people from various institutions that were appointed as open science coordinators, or are preparing for this role, but also we have in this group people who are not in this position, but are somehow involved in open science activities at their institutions. Yes, so anyone interested in joining our group can email me, contact me, and we'll be happy to send you an invitation. Also, we are preparing right now another meeting that will be somehow connected to this year's Open Access Week theme, because we will meet with coordinators of Open Climate Campaign. And it's a multi-year, wide global campaign that focuses on open access, open science policies in the area of climate research. So we will be meeting in November.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Yes, I think it is. I am asking about these networking opportunities or communication systems working in Poland, because in the last days, we had questions, how to reach researchers, how to get to them. And we already know that through the network, like the network of coordinators for open science, but also network of data stewards within the Excellence Center that works at Gdańsk University of Technology, it is very useful way of disseminating information, because these are the people who are at the university level, the gatekeepers. They know the researchers, they know how it works, who is interested in what, and they also know the needs of their researchers. So that's very important to know this kind of networks and groups, formal or informal. It doesn't make any difference, because I think these people are all in need also to exchange experiences. Some practices already works at some universities, and in a way it creates a very good balance between top-down and bottom-up approach. So we work both ways. In the same time, creating obviously also personal connections with people, and it's easier and faster to disseminate the information. And also to say, to somehow relate to what Natalia just said, yes, we have very busy weeks recently, as you all have noticed. All over the Europe, we have tripartite events. We will have EOSC Symposium, and in Poland this week we have Open Access Week. So that makes it a very intensive open science week for Poland, I would say. But it's in a way a good sign. Yes, open science is becoming a theme that is happening. Yes, so it becomes a normal topic of conversation and a part of the research culture, hopefully. Thank you, Natalia. We will be moving now to Dr. Maria Pawłowska from Wisnea. I hope Maria is with us. Yes, Maria, thank you for waking up so early. And Maria has a time difference, so we are very grateful. It's wonderful to see you. Maria is the director for international relations of Wisnea, but also program director of Data Steward School, which is now in their third edition happening in Poland. Marcia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I not only did I get up early, I got up much earlier, and I was able to hear the previous presentation. So I'm glad I can also sort of comment on that a bit. So thank you to Dr. Wałek for mentioning that I will be talking about this. And I've had the pleasure for the past 4 years, because it is in the third edition, but fourth year of working on it, to work on the Polish Data Steward School. And this is the effect of mine having worked for 5 years in different Science Europe working groups in Brussels on different aspects of data management, and just realizing as people were, from the start, as people were exchanging best practices, I realized there at the beginning, and this is going to be about 10 years ago now, almost, maybe a little bit less, there was very little to say about what was going on in Poland at the time. And there was definitely very little to say with respect to what, for example, funders. I also had the pleasure to work in some of those working groups with Dr. Laura Bandura, who was then one of the driving forces for the National Center of Science to actually implement European policies into what it expects from its researchers. So I know that there are probably perhaps some people even listening to this who think that, or perhaps maybe the people listening to this approve of it, but I know that initially at least there was some controversy about the data management plan that the National Science Center and was asking its researchers to fill out. And I will be forever grateful to the National Science Center and Dr. Bandura for working on introducing that, because I think it helped. It was the first big step that Poland took. This is the moment we as a country started talking about the need for data stewardship. And obviously, I mean, there's a whole lot of reasons to steward data. I'm sure a lot of the people listening to this are already aware of them. I'm not going to repeat all that, but I'm glad that we are on this road. And when the data management plan was introduced by the National Science Center, I think people realized that they don't quite know what to do with it. And the data management plan was based off of the data management plan that we developed at Science Europe. This is one of the very few situations where I know exactly what the author had in mind, because I had the pleasure of being one of the authors. This was always a nightmare when I was, in school and having to write essays on what the author had in mind when we were analyzing any literature. And this is like, I feel very redeemed because all of a sudden I get to do that in my job, and I get to talk about what the author had in mind when we do the data management plan. So I'm always gratified by that. We realized very quickly that people don't necessarily know what to do with this. And I just saw that there is a really big need to get people the knowledge to work with data. And at first it was really, people were panicking about filling out the data management plan. And this has improved over the years, but I remember when I was working with researchers and seeing the first versions of those data management plans years back, just when NCN introduced it. And I was quite frankly shocked at how bad they are and how, smart people, really smart people, literally, astrophysicists, people with brains that are probably, much bigger than mine, just have no idea about anything. They literally asked about a repository. They say, yes, they have a USB stick that they keep their data on. And I was like, whoa, that is really not what that question was about. And do you have no idea what a repository is? So that's how the Data Steward School started. Oh, wait, I forgot I'm supposed to click here. There we go. And I'd like to walk you over the next few minutes through the 3 editions of the Data Steward School, which I think are a good summary of a good slice of what is happening in the data stewardship community in Poland. So for starters, this is the first initiative of this kind in Poland. I think it is still the only initiative of this scale. We collaborate with international partners in every edition, and I think this is particularly, personally for me, this is very important because I think it's important to make the new data stewards feel like they're part of something larger than just that NCN forum. I think a lot of people come to this thinking, my university sent me here so that I can help researchers fill out that form. And that is, quite frankly, the mindset of the majority of people who come to us. And it is incredibly important, personally, for me to show them that there is a world out there, that open data and data management are these huge movements and people who really believe in what they're doing and can explain how important it is, not only for researchers, but as we've just heard, for themes such as climate justice and just about anything that is happening. I think, COVID and the pandemic has showed the importance of open data sharing and open publications, and showing the international context and what people are doing around the world to more effectively and openly manage fair data. This is super important and has also been mentioned previously. That is something I am particularly keen on. So in the first edition, we had a total of over 25 lectures from 4 continents, which I just love that statistic. We didn't have South America and Antarctica. And it was a really whirlwind event. And what we are seeing, every edition is a bit different because we're taking feedback from the people attending, but we are also, from the previous year, seeing what works, what didn't work. But we have also introduced this mechanism whereby we are able to take feedback from people participating that year and then adjust how the course later happens. I will mention that in a sec. I think the interesting thing are the participants, and this has largely not changed. And I am waiting for the moment when more researchers or research group members are participating in data stewardship training. For now, as has been mentioned, it is mostly librarians. What we're seeing is a trend towards people in project management taking on the role of stewardship, of data stewardship in the offices for funding management and project management within universities, but still very few people who actually work on the research, which is the direction that would be my next ambition, seeing more people directly involved in research, participating in data stewardship training. Oh, shoot. Keep forgetting to press this thing. In the second edition, we also worked with a Polish partner, ETM, which we've already heard from. It's probably one of the top institutions definitely in Poland to work with, so we were very pleased about that. We started introducing specializations because we realized that, this is what's changing, that some people are coming from a more project management perspective and some are coming directly from libraries. And that actually worked really well. We were able to kind of stream the course in relation to people's interest in actual professional duties. And we did get one researcher. We've gotten one researcher last year and one researcher this year. That is the group I'd like to see growing. I really think that, the European Commission says there should be one data steward per 5 research groups at a department. And that is a statistic I like to mention. And it's a statistic that, when I do it in Poland, I hear a lot of laughs because we are not there. We are very much not there. We still have a lot of work to do, a long way to go. But I do believe we need people who have a research background, some research background, and I'd like to see more specialization in particular fields where they are aware of how the science is done and can actually help with stewarding the data as part of the project. Because I think a lot of it now is done at particular stages of the project and not over the duration, especially in the bigger international collaborations. I think that's a good entry point, a good starting point for that happening. That is something I personally would like to see happen. We are currently on the 3rd edition. It's still happening. We just finished. It's now happening over 3 months. It starts with a foundation week in September for the past 2 years, where for a week we introduce people to the basics of different topics around data stewardship. It's a very intense week. It's a Monday to Saturday, and people are very tired at the end, but I think also feel like they've learned a lot. And we've changed things up a bit again this year. We're working with the Data Intelligence Offensive from Austria, which has a very applied focus to their data. And we've had workshops run by DIO experts, and the feedback has just been, through the roof. People are absolutely thrilled at this and seeing the DIO experts talk about how they work with the data and then explain what can be done by our participants. And that has really worked very well. And this more kind of applied practical and use of data and data applications aspect is, I think, something we'd also like to go towards more. So we have that foundation week where we really kind of try and blitz all this data into our participants. And then over the next 2 months, there are shorter sessions, 2-3 days, and the specializations. And we let people kind of pick their own avenue that they choose to do further education on. And we support them and try to adjust the courses. For example, last year there was a lot of people who worked in bio, the biomeds, and we did pull in extra lecturers to work specifically with them on bio. This year that was not the case, so we kind of switched that around. And some thoughts I have about 3 minutes here. I think there's still a huge knowledge gap. That's for starters. There's a lot of the people coming to us have been working on data management in their institutions, and they are really benefiting from the course. They have not had any chance to do professional development previously, not significant professional development. Their institutions don't give them the time or the resources, financial or otherwise, to do that. they often feel very lonely in their work. And this is something, again, that's been mentioned, and thank you for that. We need a network. We need people to feel like they have support. They don't always have support at their institutions, which I think also should be said. Not all rectors and not everyone actually appreciates the importance of data stewardship still, and the fact that it's a lot of hard work. It's still perceived mostly as admin work. It's, hence my researchers and the two question marks. It's considered as a form you have to fill in as you're applying for funding. It's not considered an integral part of the research process. And again, I really want to get there. It is, and speaking as someone who'd done research for a very long time. I was an active researcher before I came into research management, and I know how I personally would have benefited from managing my data better, from being educated on how to manage my data, and from actually doing proper data management and having data stewards in the groups I worked with. And I'm trained as a geochemist. It's not necessarily that a data intense field of study. There are way more data intense fields of study, which could really, really benefit from not outsourcing this to libraries or to project managers, but actually doing it in-house, so to speak. I'd also like to be able to reach young researchers more. I think they're kind of the group that's being left behind a bit, and they need more education on this. I have like 40 seconds to go. I'll just mention that I think international and national funding requirements are a huge boost, and the fact that these exist mean that we will hopefully keep on working on this topic. And I'd just like to say that I am endlessly, incredibly happy to see the work our graduates are doing, including our moderator here, which has just been a shining light, I think, in regards to the work being done around open data and science management in Poland. So it's really nice to feel like we can contribute our little bit to helping with the data management community in Poland. And I'm done on time. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for keeping the time and your great contribution. First of all, not only into the festival, but to your contribution to creating a data stewards community in Poland. And you gave us the water, because when we started with data management plans, we were fish but without water. And only thanks to the data stewards schools and trainings that were provided that time at very few institutions which are all represented here today. I think that was the light that managed us to make open science real, yes, so that the data management plan is not only a form to complete. It's very important to say, as you, Maria, said, that we cannot stop at that level. It's not only a formal document that we have to complete to get a grant. It is something that is a live document that needs to evolve as the research evolves. And here also is my suggestion that in Poland, well, maybe let's start from the beginning, because we are, I think, living history here. We all remember the revolution that NCN brought with data management plan, which I am also entirely grateful. Otherwise, this cultural change would take probably 20, 30 years or more. Now here we are. Here we have data management plan, open science policy, open access policy of National Science Center, and we had to deal with it. So I felt that time that it was like wild, wild west. So try to manage and cope with that. But in fact, we had a mixture. So some people were calling themselves data stewards, some were coordinators for open science, sometimes they were both. But now I think these roles, they are slowly clarifying. As it was rightly said here, the data stewards is more in the process of doing research, while the role of open science coordinators is to see this process from the perspective of the institution, that it's not only at the researchers level, but it is very much up to the policy of the institutions, the processes that are implemented at the university to support this open science fair policy. In this sense, the fairness of the policy at every university, because you need to consider very different aspects, not only the skills of the data stewards, the skills of the researchers, the infrastructures, the services provided. It's very broad. So in a way, we are starting to dividing these different roles and distinguishing these different roles one from another. However, at the beginning, so 3 years ago, almost, two and a half, I think it was like we really need to define what it is about. Because as you said, the DMP at the beginning, it was like, come on, who is data steward? Do we have someone like that at the university? So once we defined the roles, and I think we also experienced the roles, which is very important. As you said, you were researchers, then you looked from the policy perspective or scientific management perspective, but you already understood how it is to be a researcher. So being in these different shoes, as I would say, is very important, because then you can move on and understand what the researchers needs, what data steward needs, what the institution needs, and finally, what the national level or European level, what this national or international institution expects from you. So it's more than clear at this stage. So thank you very much. We have some comments also in our festival studio.
Yes, thank you. Roxana here. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I have some remarks and questions probably as well. The first thing, when you've mentioned that you are thinking as a next target the young scientists, what I can tell only from my side, that working with them, I can think about at least 3 or 4 of them that would be thrilled and excited about being able to get their knowledge or in order regarding the things that data stewardship is about. And I wanted to share with you and ask about your point of view on that, a little bit different perspective, because what we are discussing here regarding the data stewardship and their capabilities or skills comes from how things are working in my head, from a little top-down approach, that we came up to an understanding what the process should look like, and because of that we need the data stewardship, that are this link between the technology probably and the research world in a way. And my story is rather opposite to yours. I've been a researcher for a very short time, and then I jumped into the technical support of the researchers. And what I can tell you, that the capabilities that we are acknowledging for data stewardship, all of them, and I think I'm right here, all of them are among technical groups. Because if you are a part of an IT team that's about to develop the professional service for the researchers, all of the things that matter from the data stewardship perspective matter for the sake of a delivery of a professional service, especially tool, especially, I mean, in a programming way, from the programming perspective. And it happens for several reasons. First reason is that open science right now is directly connected with the digitalization and digital tools and technology. One drives another. Open science is very in line with new services or new technological capabilities, but on the other way around also, it's the development of the technology out there is the factor that makes open science more efficient, more suitable to researchers' needs. And because of that, for example, when you think about the metadata schema, in order for a good service or a good tool, web tool, or not web tool, but informatic tool to work well, the schema must be in place. The transformation between one schema and another must be defined if you want to deliver good features like discoverability of data or be able to process the data, and many other features that matter. The metadata schema is like the basics. So for that reason, when we are planning, when we are trying to design a new tool, and we are dealing with some new area of, or the new scientific discipline, the first thing we are asking about is the schema. Not because we know that the schema is important, because we know that we need it for the sake of the tool to work. So my suggestion would be that maybe if you seek for people who have the knowledge, not necessarily would like to turn into data stewards, but the people who have the knowledge but not even necessarily know they bear it will be among IT people in the departments as long as they are there. They're not there too often, but they are there in the end, and they will not. And that's what I had in mind. What I had in mind when I told about this young guys being thrilled about the data stewardship training, because they have the capabilities. They just don't know how it makes sense, how it fits into the research cycle from your perspective. So that's one additional group I would think about probably. And the other one, in fact, also the project management. I think it's not that far away from being very accurate, because project managers or product managers nowadays they need to have the big picture. So in the end, they also need to be aware of all of the elements. So yeah, that would probably be my two suggestions. Yeah. Sorry for the chaos, but I was trying to make a like a sense out of it that was in my head.
Maria?
I mean, because you said there would be a question. I didn't necessarily hear a question.
If you agree, I do that very often. The question is if you think that might be a good assumption that the technical support or the technical IT people who are delivering now solutions for the researcher might be, from your perspective, and indeed a good target group to search, if not for the data stewardship, that at least for the people who have the capabilities that they can then share with among the people in their institutions.
So I think obviously, IT people do have, like you've pointed out, some necessary skills, but as you've also pointed out, they aren't necessarily interested in becoming data stewards. And that's actually been our experience, that IT people like the IT they do. They don't necessarily want the human. Sometimes data stewardship tends to involve a lot of human interactions. I was just like the other week at a conference organized by Science Europe about open data, and surprisingly to me, I thought we'd be talking a little bit more maybe about technologies, policies. They were talking about the human aspect of it. You cannot be a good data steward if you don't like talking to people. And I think a lot of people, and I'm stereotyping here, and I apologize to all those IT people out there who are extroverts who love standing at the coffee table and gossiping, but I think a lot of IT people don't thrive on this kind of interaction. They like the screen to human connection more than they necessarily look for the human to human connection. And as useful as IT systems are, and as much as we need the tools, I think that is part of what we need to do good data stewardship, but they are not necessary. I mean, if an IT person wants to be trained as a data steward, I mean, power to them, and of course, but I think otherwise they are, they are people who can help in the process, but we still need the trained data stewards. Mm-hmm.
No, I was only wanted to suggest that if you are seeking into different groups that might be a good fit for data stewards, so nowadays the IT team has a wide variety of people. It's less and less that one person has this one little or very narrow expertise or functionality. IT teams are becoming more and more open because they need to talk to the people that are meant or perceived as their customers. So there are people in IT teams that are also about talking to people and being out there and talking publicly. So I guess what I had in mind, that as long as most of the programmers are probably, the stereotype you brought is probably right, not always, but the greater part of them. But there are also some other roles in IT teams that might be a good fit and might be interested. So and they also work, that's why I meant IT teams working close to researchers. That there might be people who might be interested, and if they don't even want to become the stewards themselves, they would be able at least to pass some knowledge in the institutions to people who might be interested to become the stewardship. With that, I assume we will be having a little bit less problem with having people eligible to train, right? Because these people can pass on the technical aspects of data stewardship, not necessarily the soft skills, but the technical aspects of it.
Yes, but can I just add something? Anya, you also want to take a voice? So I think this is, in a way, while being a data steward or open science coordinator, I think it's a must to collaborate with not only IT teams, but also other aspects of the university, like, for example, our people in charge of intellectual property rights, or the library, if we are not in the library, because that differs also with different universities where you are located. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That what's important is the skills and understanding of the process. So I think whenever you are data steward, you collaborate with very different departments, also research department, project department, and it's not always necessary that you need to be a developer of the service. I think what you need to know how and understand how the service works. So this is where the IT people come. I think they could be a trainer. Obviously, they can be data stewards if they are interested. Because they have very different, might have very different interests. They must be also interested that time in the research process and understand research process. But for most of all, for the stewards, I think is to know and to learn how to use the service. That's the priority. And this is your last comment, exactly. They can teach also the data stewards. Anya, sorry, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so thank you. And I must say that we are discussing here data steward as an individual, but we need to think about data stewardship services at the university as a group, as a teamwork. You already met my colleagues from the IT Center yesterday, and you will meet also Magdalena, the head of our Competency Center, later this evening. And I can say that I'm the lucky person because I have a group of people working together for the success of our services and tools. So as I mentioned, we as the library, it's also a lot of thinking about librarian stereotypes of librarians that we are discussing all the time, as well as the IT staff and so on. But at the Gdańsk University of Technology, we have this opportunity to work together. So the IT staff is very aware about open science. So if you discuss with, for example, Michał, who's the leader of the technical team preparing the data repository, the repository of bridge of knowledge. He's really aware about open science, about policies, about licensing, and so on. So even he, as an IT specialist, could be a partner for researchers to discussion. And also our, let's say, librarians, but the members of the competency center, they have a lot of skills in IT. So they can recommend the repository, they can help with data management plans at different, levels of implementation. They also know the tools. And as Marysia said, during the data stewardship, data steward school, we have this foundation level. And for example, for many hours, I have the classes with the students of the data steward school about the metadata. So we are discussing the metadata standards and how to prepare the metadata and how to choose the metadata standard and how to prepare the metadata for the data to be interoperable and so on. So yeah, how to produce it, how to what kind of language should we choose? Why the data site is one of the most universal metadata standards, and how can we choose the standards for the disciplinary data? And this is also that comes to the other part of the program. So the repositories. We are looking at the repositories, that the institutional and the disciplinary repositories, to choose the right one for our researchers that we are serving to. Because I'm always saying to my students that you have to put yourself in the shoes of the researchers. So do not think about the data as something that you own, but something that you want to present to anyone who's interested in this data. So I think. And what you mentioned, Natalia, it is also important to cooperate with other services and other units at the university. So the project team, project supporting team center, and the IT center and the supercomputing center, for example, because also the task supercomputing center prepared the infrastructure and the tools of, for example, virtual microscope that uses over 20,000 of data sets to show the cells and the tissues of human body. So it is really important to look at the data stewardship as a team effort. And as in my last sentence, I would like to invite you to read our book, because after we accomplished the work for the repository, for the data repository, we also wrote a book, a monograph about our experiences in this project, and there are articles. The title is. Sharing research data across discipline. It is open under the CC license, so you can find it on our website and in the repository, of course. And there are more than 70 people, so researchers, IT specialists, and librarians, describing their experience in the project in different fields, so from the medical data up to classical literal data. Because we also have that kind of data. Thank you.
I absolutely agree, and so I think the collaboration in between different units of the university, but also interdisciplinary. That's the one thing. And one thing I wanted to also mention, but now I lost it for the moment, so I will not be. Yes, I know what I wanted to say. I'm also fascinated by another collaboration model that is presenting data stewardship as a group or as a collaboration. It is a community of data stewards. The first one I saw at the University of Cambridge. I think they call it exactly community of data stewards. These are people who are responsible for different faculties, different disciplines, and they work together as a team. It means they do a lot of peer-to-peer learning. Obviously, having so much work with data, it's not possible to send everyone to trainings. It's also expensive. So looking at the efficient model, you can send one person, and this person further pass by the knowledge and experience to the others. So it's like teaching from one another. It will be also our question, how to skill, where to get data stewards from. As Marysia said, the expectations are high. So this is something that we will be also discussing later on. But I really, also somehow invite you to look at this model, how to seek or how to build relationship between data stewards at the university. Thank you. Maria, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. I totally agree with the aspect of for collaboration and for the need for everyone to work together. And I hope that was clear. I mean, although,
Yes.
okay, I absolutely think that data stewardship is a combined effort, but we are talking about competencies and skills also of actual data stewards. And I think going in the direction of making data stewards the sort of key focus point that can then organize the collaboration and ensure that people are actually talking to each other, which I think is still an issue. And we still find that people have no idea what is available at their own institutions in terms of whether it's IT or library or research support services. So I would say that data stewards being the kind of focus point, and the people who have the available information and can direct people and assist them would be, and again, domain specific. I really think that's important, that people actually understand the research and the methodology. I find, for example, for metadata, understanding how data is actually produced, how the particular machines, for example, you're working on, what it is they actually do, and what is the end goal of using them, is incredibly useful. So that's sort of what I think. I don't know if I actually answered your question, but that is I feel like I needed to comment also on the collaboration aspect, because I want to be clear, collaboration is great, and I also approve of it, just to be clear.
Yeah, I think it is like Anna said, that everyone needs to understand what is open science, but on the other hand, the data stewards needs to understand how the university works and what policies, processes we have out there. So yes, and Anya wanted to say also.
Yeah, I just want to comment the metaphor that Natalia said before of the Wild Wild West, and I have this impression that we are just like group of sheriffs about this in this group here, ladies, sheriffs, ladies, but also other people involved in data stewardship in Poland. But I have this. I thought during your presentations as well that when it was a need in the Wild Wild West to make some order, there were sheriffs maybe not hired, but dedicated for some job. And sometimes in Poland, it looks like we are doing the same, and we are doing this for free. Maybe it's a little bit controversial, but in most of our institutions, if you upskill yourself and you are becoming the data steward, you're not very well paid for that. So you are not taking additional money for that. And I think this is the issue for the IT staff, so we can afford them for data stewardship. And also and this is also not very attractive for researchers, because the salaries for data stewards, they are mostly like for the librarians. And this is the trap that we are here in Poland, because we started from the position of librarians, and then we started to become or the administration staff, and we started to become experts in data stewardship. But we need to teach our authorities that it's not the same. And it's something additional, that it should be well paid, because if not, we will not have people who would like to become sheriffs for free. And I think this is something that is very important in this discussion, that it should be recognized, and it should be visible at the university, that this is something more than just a regular service for the research community.
Maria, would you like to comment?
Yeah. Personally, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I'm not so sure about the sheriff metaphor, though. Sheriffs kind of, especially with the whole, especially when you say sheriff, and especially in Europe, people think of, you know, the white dude with a big mustache on the horse who does some questionable things in questionable ways. And it's a very punitive role, I think. It's people who, you know, they don't set the law. They take a bunch of very smart laws and then lock people in jail and go like, bam. And I am not big on punitive measures or policing, actually. I think I know what you mean. I don't think that is necessarily the image that I would go with, for all sorts of reasons there.
We will work on the marketing part. But the
sorry,
idea,
I didn't hear that.
We will work on the marketing part, but I think that the idea was, the emphasis was somewhere else.
Yeah, I think what I wanted to say is that there was a chaos, and there was someone that, you know, came and provide the order and some rules for this at the university. So it was not about punishing or having mustache or the horse, but just, you know, to make some peace and some rules for the house that we had before.
Yeah, and in fact, we were questioned, yes, in a way. And we are still questioned. I think the NCN policy helped a lot to stop questioning us, especially as you started so early before Poland, in fact, put its feet into it. But I think even now there are questions why we are doing it. Yes, what for? It was good as it was. I remember, in fact, mentoring during the data steward school. I had an excellent mentor. As I am going to cite him, I am not going to tell his name because I'm not sure if he wants to be named, but it was over 2.5 years ago, and he said, Natalia, what kind of arguments you are using to convince your researchers to open up, to open their data? So obviously I had a list, yes, of being cited and all of that, and he was like, okay, why are you talking that for? I mean, say them that they will not be researchers in the future if they don't open their data. And you know, 2 years ago, I would be scared to death to say to someone something like that. And now what is coming? Science Europe is proposing us the reform of the research assessment system, when openness could be one of the criterion. So in fact, it is happening, and many countries has already introduced into their research evaluation system openness, so open data, open publication as the criterion. So in fact, it is happening. So, but 2 years ago, no one of us would said so.
I think it's great. I mean, I think, you know, I've been part of, I worked for a science, you know, I worked for a science funder for many years, and I know what it's like on the inside of that. And I'm glad to see we're changing that.
Yes, well, we have discussed. We had some proposals in the previous panels as well, being quite courageous to come up with ideas regarding the policy. So the first day, yes, but I think the awareness is there. So already some small steps are being done into this direction. So I think this process is quite consequent, I would say. Yes, we are. You know, if we once said open science, we are slowly going there with all the incentives. Mm-hmm. So now I think we have to go to the last but not least presenter. Marysia, thank you very much. Wonderful. Thank you for your contribution, but please stay with us because we have some questions also from the chat. So we will come back to the chat at the end. And now Roxana Wilk from Academic Computer Center, University of Science and Technology in Kraków, but also chair of the Rules of Participation Compliance Monitoring EOSC Task Forces. It is a very long name.
Many words, yes. And
yes, many chain kind of name, very difficult to remember.
And I am so happy, thank you for this introduction. I'm so happy to speak as the last person because I wanted to give you a somehow different view. I will try I was wondering until the very late evening yesterday how to use this 20 minutes for the sake of this session, and I decided that I would try to give an overview of what skills are foreseen for the sake of open science now and in the future. Here I have this cool thing I can use. And Anya's summary or last comment was a great introduction. But I will start with that, also trying to make a remark on what Natalia has said. If you don't open your science, you will not be a researcher in 2 years, sorry. I totally agree, not only because we are making the policies right now, but everything is showing that it makes sense. The science is following the technology is making science more efficient and better. And the open science is the only paradigm right now that helps the technology move faster. Like with opening, at some point at least, the science, the technology will be better suitable to make the science outcomes faster and better. That's one thing. Second thing, what Anya has said about the how many things need to be taken into account when becoming a data steward. So from my perspective, I have not heard from data stewards for a long, long time, and I'm working in this area for 10 years now, and I haven't even thought about them or heard about them. But the capabilities that are needed for the data stewards right now have been with me from the very beginning. And this is maybe the narrative that we need to go with when speaking to the authorities, and these capabilities are in fact, again, connected with the advancement of technology that is able to support science. Because to be able to make science better and faster, we need the tools to make it happen. And to make those tools, all the things we are requiring from data stewards are connected with them. So in fact, because at the beginning I was kind of hesitant about the data stewards, how important they are, because again, in my cycle, I was doing what they are meant to do from the very beginning, but it's true. If we have dedicated people to that, the process will be much efficient. If we have a dedicated people to know about the technological part of the types of machines needed for a given scientific disciplines, the metadata schemas for scientific disciplines, the crosswalks between the data schemas for different scientific disciplines, so one scientific discipline can use the data from other scientific disciplines. So many things, and I will try now to show them all to you. It will be so easy. And I will start very quickly. I'm from Cyfronet, so I need to tell you that it's the largest Polish academic computing center. That's what sorry, it is. It is in terms of the computational power, because, and this is also true, we have many cool machines that are ready to support different scientific disciplines. More than 14 petaflops of computational power. It's a lot. Because lately we've opened up Athena and Ares, and until it has happened, and as Andrzej has said yesterday, we were not able to serve as many people as was willing to use the Cyfronets and all PL grid capacities, because all of this is available as part of the PL grid. A part of the computational part, we are serving also the storage, the applications, the competence support, and all of it really, this is the usage examples, all of it has been served from the very beginning in the spirit of open science. Not even thinking about making open science, but in a way, the way we were doing things was supporting open science and vice versa. The open science outcomes that we are delivering right now are the open publication. It has been the policy of OPL Grid from the very beginning that everything that has been delivered as and that with the support of peer grid resources has to be open in the end. But the resources themselves are also open to the Polish, at least scientists or scientists that are cooperating with Polish researchers. But what are the outcomes of what we have done so far are exactly these skills and experience that are there to be taken up and used for the sake of building open science community in Poland. And that's why I wrote PL Grid Infrastructure for Open Science. It wasn't meant as an infrastructure for open science, but it is in fact for open science because it's open, the outcomes are open. The one thing that has not been taken into consideration from the very beginning is the openness of data. And making the data in a spirit of fairness, because we didn't know about that at the time. But what's out there is the infrastructure already ready that's in a unified manner gives you access to the components needed to the delivery of research outputs. There is the portal, unified process to get access to the resources that's connected with the so-called capacity management and accounting of these resources. And this sounds maybe not boring, because it's not boring, but it might sound not that connected, but believe me, I will try to show you in a second that it is. This is one of the, this is something that you will find anywhere in the wide world web, that open science is about open data, open source, open methodology, open peer review, open access, and last but not least, and very important, we should not forget about it, open educational resources. So open science not only for the researchers, but also about everyone out there to gain as a society from the outcomes of science. And now I will try to tell you this whole story of open science out there. Who is involved in open science? So we've been always working in a collaboration, my team. So sharing the outcomes has been kind of a nature of ours. And again, why are we trying to introduce open science? Not because it's kind of crazy idea that someone came up with and now we've decided let's do it because we are telling you to do so. No, because it makes sense. Why it makes sense? Well, maybe I don't know all of the answers, but we held some discussions past days about, for example, physicists that have the open science paradigm for a long time now, 30, 40 years. And I've been talking with some of them for a long time right now and asking them why have you been doing this? So, and the answer was because it was the only way forward to make something bigger, greater, to share our outputs among our colleagues, other scientists, the more the merrier, really. And they came to this conclusion without the knowledge or the idea of making open science. For them, it just worked. And now there is this assumption that it just works for the sake of everyone. And who is this everyone in the open science landscape? So there are the researchers. But instead of researchers, I will call them the consumers later, because it's not the researcher only who can gain or who can use the outputs of the open science for it to be developed or to make science further. The providers of elements that are needed to make the research. And now I'm thinking in my head that on one hand, these actors are the stakeholders of the open science, but at the same time, there are the actors or stakeholders of science at large. They are needed to make science. Researchers, people who are researchers, so people making the science and giving us the science outputs. Providers, so people who are giving us tools to make the science. Funders, who give us money to make the science happen. And business, That's also there, but I will not focus on it because it's not enough. There's not enough time, but the business is also there. And I will start with the funders. So what we expect from the funders, we expect or they also expect to be able to monitor the open access development and the research development in line with the open access, to evaluate, to train, and to give us some policies. Someone needs to evaluate to tell how developed in open science or in research, because for me open science and research at large is almost the same thing. It's just open science requires more than research right now with regards to skills and technology out there, because I'm connected with technology, so I also tend to think with the technology perspective. And in order to be able to both do the monitoring and use the monitoring, what is needed? The tools are needed. So this, again, skills and knowledge are needed in order to design the right tools from perspective of operations. What are the metrics we want to measure? For what reason? What they will help us to evaluate, etc., etc. So the skills, the knowledge and skills that are highlighted here is everywhere. It's everything that we need in order to design really a sustainable environment to support open science, and with that, science at large in Poland, in Europe, in the world. That is needed for us as a society, to support us as the society. The providers, this is where the fun begins, kind of. This is the architecture developed within the EOSC. And it, can I point with it somehow? No. Okay, and this is what is considered as an architecture to support the delivery of services, but services only, and services with understanding tools to support the delivery of science. And as hopefully you can see, we have several aspects of this infrastructure. We have so-called EOS Core. I will tell you about them a little bit further later on the next session. So the EOS Core are the services, so-called core technical platform, to support the delivery, mere delivery of services delivered by providers to make the science, to help the science give its outputs. Above the core is so-called EOSC Exchange. Here is the place for the services, but exchange services. So these services that are being delivered by the researchers, communities, institutions. So the services needed to generate research outputs, publications, data, conclusions, big revelations, etc. And now every community has its own ways of working, has its own services, but even right now, for the communities that are pretty well developed and mature in the ways of operations, there is a life cycle of research. What is needed to make the research output real and physical, like real, that we can take and make something with them. And so apart from these services, usually they're about processing, there are other services that are meant as the supporting infrastructure. Here are they called horizontal services. This is all about computing, storage, transfer of data, metadata management tools. So everything that is needed as a supporting infrastructure, so the researcher is able to come, conduct the algorithm that he wants or she wants to conduct, and take the outputs as they're needed for the work or as the final output of the work. And now, funny part, the EOSC interoperability framework. So this is the part where the technology comes and tries to support research, the whole cycle of it, really. Because for the researcher who doesn't necessarily, right now we need data stewards and very capable researchers in terms of the technology in order to be able to use this supporting infrastructure. In Cyfronet, and I suppose that in all computing centers in Poland, there is a dedicated staff to help researchers use or choose in the first place and then use means that they help them to make their science and research more effective. Because of course that all of us probably have been there who deal with bigger data or long algorithms, that what can be done on your computer in 1 week, in a supercomputer it can be done in a few minutes. There are some, or not some, but there is a group of disciplines that by default requires computational resources. And right now, these researchers, to be able to do their research, need to gather this knowledge and capabilities as part of their faculties. But what we aim to do, and what EOSC hopefully will achieve in the end, is to create the infrastructure, the technological support that will require from the researcher the knowledge that is needed for the field, not necessarily knowledge that is needed for the sake of technical booster, let's call it, technical booster of science, because this is what EOSC is about, apart from creating the environment for open science at large. Here is what also has been done, and I really am proud of this understanding. From the very, very beginning of EOSC, we were trying to understand who matters in the landscape. And who matters doesn't mean who is important, but who matters as mean who will bring new requirements and who will tell us something more that must to be taken into account. This is what you do when you develop a product, any product, in IT and any other field of industry. You need to understand and create so-called persona who will bring you new requirements that might change the way you think about your final product. That will change the list of that will change the list of features that needs to be delivered. That will change the way these features needs to be implemented. Again, for me, because I'm coming where I'm coming from, thinking of EOSC as a product makes my life easier. And for that, what I needed from the very beginning is to understand what kinds of providers out there that will matter with reference to design the EOSC environment and landscape. And the same matters for our national environment here. So we came up with the conclusion that we have several players: infrastructures, research infrastructure, e-infrastructures, research infrastructures, higher education institutes, research institutes, archives and repositories, computing and data centers, publishers and journals, libraries and commercial providers. All of them are capable of delivery of different services, but services in the scope of EOSC. So either services that are the so-called science boosters, so make the science research, the research more effective, more efficient, but both services or outputs or so-called research products, so the outputs of the research itself. And now is the fun part. Again, the providers. So what you see right now is, I forgot the English word, like less complicated diagram of the architecture needed to deliver the infrastructure for the sake of EOSC services only in EOSC. And so we have services and research products. Services are this usually web tools or some applications you can install somewhere on your server that can make your research better, more or less. It's not the best definition, but more or less it gives you the idea what it is. And this is the diagram that reflects the architecture needed to give researchers out there the possibility to use the services for the sake of their scientific discipline. And why? Why does it need to be so complicated? Because in the end, we want the users to be able to use all the capabilities of EOSC, of open science, of science at large, to discover, access resources enhanced by EOSC platform, and after access, what is missing here is use it. Use it for the sake of their research. And for the users or consumers to be able to come and take, we have research products provider and service provider that should be able to put in the platform what might be needed from the consumers, the users, the researchers, the scientists, other people. And now, this is for services, but we have research products, and this is mostly what we've been talking here about. So the data sets, the software, the publications, and there is a whole new field of tools that are needed out there to be able to successfully and efficiently manage these outputs, these research products. This is one of them. This is the so-called EOSC resource discovery graph, and it's a data model for a single element. Here is the model of the architecture, but again, it's a simplified one, of tools that might be needed for the sake of this supporting infrastructure, for the sake of research products, so data and publications and software. What I would like you to pay the attention to, because right now we are talking about data management plan. That's a minimum, that's a must. What's out there that needs to be taken into consideration? I will try to be very quick. I see the time. So what is needed? The PID infrastructure must be there for us to be able to recognize and reuse the outputs, the data source, the data sets, the publications. PID meta resolver, something like that. It's for the sake of knowing where a given research product might be most wanted or might make sense to be used. Another interesting one, there should be the metadata scheme registry. That's one thing. So being able to at least have some, like registry of registries, right? But not registries, but registry of metadata registries. So to be able to know what are the metadata schemas out there, so the tools that are supposed to support them will have the knowledge where to look for and what to take into account, because depending on the metadata schema, believe me, it makes hell of a difference when you are designing the tool or the service for the researchers in the end. The metadata schema changes everything. There is another cool tool called the Crosswalk one. So I don't remember its name, and metadata crosswalk guidelines, but there should be metadata crosswalk tool as well somewhere there. And it's a very important one to be able to include introduce the interdisciplinarity, to exchange data between different scientific disciplines, because it's no revelation that data gathered from in one scientific discipline can be used by totally different one, but what might be needed is a different way of describing it. So the metadata needs to change, but very often it's not a huge change. It's not like a changing of a model. Believe me, very often is about not a common vocabulary. Changing the one parameter of the schema from city to cities, or city from a small letter to a city to a capital letter. And it all matters when it comes to the digital solutions. I don't really remember why I put this slide here, so I will just skip it. And now we have them. Now we have this researcher that comes and says, "I want to make research. Give me my tools. Make my research great and busted, so I can be better and better, and give you cool outputs and revelations in the end." What you can see here, the same thing has been done as for the providers, for the so-called consumers. And the funny thing is, the first idea I had for this session is to present you with research workflows that EOSC wants to support in the end. But how Maciej pointed out very accurately, but Roxana, the research workflows will differ for different scientific disciplines. And yes, that's true. They differ, and the complexity of that differences is as what you can see here. It's not always the truth for every little brick you can see here. But what we were investigating for 5 years right now, probably five, is that the requirements and what is expected, or what can not expected, what can help different types of researchers to make their research nicer, better, more easy to conduct, will differ depending on the scientific discipline. That was kind of the obvious one, but it will also differ depending on the level of seniority. It will differ depending on the structure of collaboration that this researcher will participate, or that the given research project will be conducted. And it will differ also, I put the seniority structure, and obviously the type of the consumer we are dealing with. So if we're dealing with the researcher, non-researcher, citizen scientist, SME, or for example, public sector, because they are also our consumers in terms of also making research, but producing research outputs. And my last slides right now. What we are currently trying to understand is the know-how, expected know-how of a researcher. So the researcher can deliver or can do what the researcher wants to do. The know-how also translates into the actions that researcher might or want to take when entering a research infrastructure or research supporting infrastructure. So one of the obvious action is to share research outputs. But to share research output effectively, there are many questions that need to be asked on the way. So again, the skills, knowledge, and capabilities. When we share research outputs, we want to know what do we want to share. Is it data? Is it publication? Is it the software? Because depending on that, we'll be looking for different services, for different repositories. Repositories will need to have different functionalities, and this is all that Anya was mentioning. This knowledge needs to be out there. When you know what kind of output you want to share, then you want to know what you want to do. Store and share, do the backup or archive. 3 different things. When you finally know what we want to do, you need to have some knowledge about what is needed to do that. For example, what type of storage will you be needing? Anya, do you know what types of storage you might need when you want to share, when you want to store a different type of data? Because there is different storage that might play better role for different kinds of data. What is the size of your data set? This is the easy one. Do you want to assign a DOI or PID? Probably yes. What exactly? What's the level of security? It matters for for many scientific disciplines. What is it for free or not? Not free. And what is the time span that you want to share to store your data? So, and under the technology, here I wanted to show you the general ones and most obvious ones, but under the technical ones, there are many of them. And again, someone needs to be able to define these things in order to do it in the end, in a digital world. And that's only one of them. Here I gave you the list of our so far recognized actions that that might want it to be undertaken by a researcher. Some combination of them in some order makes a research life cycle, and it will be different for different scientific discipline and scientific discipline. So processing. When you think about processing, you think usually about the science gateway that should allow you to upload a file. Then you specify parameters for your workflow or for your computer, for your algorithm. That's not necessarily the use case for all of them, but for some of them it's that easy, right? And then you have the output. But even in that easy use case, it's not only about that. It's apart from the processing to take place, you need to transfer the data somehow. Sometimes the processing service will not have this capability on its own. So you need to be able to specify what transferring tool is needed for the sake to transfer your data. You need to have the computational power. Unless the processing service is connected to some computational capabilities, or unless you have your own, perhaps unless you don't need the huge one, you will do on your own pretty well. But if it's not true, you will need to be able or have capabilities in using high performance computing. And that's not always the case for all of the researchers. And again, storage. And that's one of the examples of actions that are required or that the researcher might want to undertake in a research supporting infrastructure. The last, because I don't want to take more time, the others are publishing your data set, anonymization of your data, move or storage your big data, use efficient computing resources on its own as a service on its own, discover or reuse the data, make your repository findable in open science, data management with many sub-points, and data production. So all the physical instruments out there that that should produce data in a defined manner in the end, sometime in the end. This is probably not the whole of the list, but the main ones that we recognized so far. And yeah, that's all. I didn't know what to put as the last slide, so I put my dog. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this insight of more, I would say, core approach, because I think we have a good example of speakers who represent very different approaches and very different perspective from the soft to core, let's say, perspective. Obviously, we always have to mix them. As it has been already said, the mixture of combination is the typical feature for the data steward. But now I would like to invite again our online speakers, because we have a very interesting one comment, which is something for you to reflect on, and a very interesting question, which I think should take the rest of our time, unfortunately. I mean, unfortunately that we have so little time left. But we already had a lot of discussions in the meantime. So, well, I will start maybe from the shorter one, because it is more yes or no or shorter comment. It is unfortunately anonymous, but the comment is like that. I think we focus here on the final point, depositing data, but it all starts with researcher and quality of their work since the beginning. Could you comment on this?
And quality of, sorry?
Quality of their work since the beginning, the quality of work of the researchers.
So I would like very much to take this one. So maybe I missed that point during my presentation, but this is exactly what we are trying to do. That the things required from the researcher to do the researcher's job is not an overload. So one of the areas that can help this is the technical area. So this is the one I can tell about. So in EOSC, the interoperability framework, the tools delivered by the infrastructure initiative is just about that. Talking, and this is what we also do, talking with the researchers, so the end users of the infrastructure. And this is the question really we are asking. What is your daily routine, and what would make your daily routine less tedious? That's the first question we are asking. So yes, definitely. Yeah.
So maybe now I will give the voice to the online participants, as they have less chance to interrupt us. Natalia, Maria, would you like to take voice in this comment, towards this comment?
if I can, I'd be happy to. I absolutely agree with that. And I think that kind of harkens back to what I was saying, especially about training for young researchers and doing this within research groups in general. I mean, that is where the data is produced. And if we keep outsourcing data stewardship away from the scientist, away from where the data production actually happens, and we don't train scientists on the importance and tools for looking after their data, then we are missing out on an opportunity to work at the very foundations of where this happens.
Thank you. Natalia?
If I may, from the point of trainer, open science trainer, I think the comment is, of course, important. And when it comes to training, because that's also what we're discussing here today, it's sometimes it needs a balance of training and maybe more motivating or facilitating some processes, because as trainers in open science, we approach different researchers, sometimes very experienced, and it's not our job to tell them how they should do their work, their research, but it's our job to give them new insights of available tools, good practices that are still being developed and are pretty much waiting for implementation by a wide community of researchers. So that would be my answer from the point of view of a trainer who has to give some new, who has to transfer some new knowledge, but also be respectful in terms of just simply recognizing that researchers know what they're doing.
Exactly.
Yes, if I may add to my comment based on the remarks here, because we gave different perspectives, and that gave me that idea that probably what would also and mostly help the researchers on our daily routine is like redefining the model of research, the cycle. So right now, every new development of technology supporting the science is on a researcher to get to know so they can gain from it, right? It would be nice that very soon we would acknowledge that research is not only on researchers' head. That now we need some teams supporting the research. It's not only about researchers anymore, because we need data stewards to support the research in a given field. We need technology teams to support or deliver even the tools that are helpful for the researchers. And it would be nice if in the end we would have the good distinction of responsibilities. Who is supposed to deliver what in order for the science cycle to be full? So it's not that researcher is the first default to be responsible for everything in that cycle.
Anya?
Yes, so I would like to add something to this question and to the presentation of Roxana. And I have this thought that I was also talking about during the first panel on Monday, that I can see data stewards as translators between the IT staff and researchers somehow, and somehow between researchers and the funding agencies. Because sometimes researchers, they know that there are some tools, but they don't know how to use it and why to provide research and to provide the output in an open way. But I also wanted to stress that during the research process, we are also have this two ways of doing research, because we are producing data. So this is the process that we already discussed. But we are also collecting data from other research, and this is really important part of the work of researchers, but also a very important part of the data stewards role, because the data already exists in many fields, and the role of the data stewards in the research group is to recognize this data and to help to use this data that already exists.
Exactly. Yes, and I think this is exactly what we wanted to say, that it's not the only final part that counts, so the delivering the data, but the data stewards are with the researchers, throughout the process. But if I may, I always advocate for the sensitive approach. What does it mean, sensitive approach? It means what Natalia said. We give training, we may motivate, but we have to listen to the researcher, what they want, what they expect. They know what they are doing. If they want to choose our tools and services and technology, we should help them to give them information, but also to help them to use them. But if they prefer the traditional way of using, I don't know, the brush and the pencil, let them do it. We just have to help them how to, at the final stage, or make them aware what's the outcome at the final stage and how we will approach it, and if we can meet the expectation of open science or our founder. In this sense, because I still believe that science is for scientists. We are only supporters, and this is our role, so as not to go beyond. If they want, they will use our capabilities and knowledge. If not, that's their choice at the end. Anyone would like to take a voice? If not, I have another very interesting question, which I hope we will manage to answer. What would be a future career path and professional development for a data steward in Poland? How to encourage someone to become a data steward? It has been already addressed, but here we go. This is exactly about recognizing the data stewards at the universities. Yes, this is exactly what was mentioned about the salaries, about the role. Is it just administration, or is it part of the research team, as also Roxana mentioned? Yes, where we put the data steward in the process, is it prestigious or not, to verify. Finally, not undermining also other administration or research support units. I think we have to recognize their role in the research process, like Roxana said. Yes, each of them supports this process. So, Ania?
If I may start, you mentioned Natalia, Cambridge, and there are some other really good examples from the Delft University. And this is something that was the role model for us in Gdańsk, because my dream, if I may say that, is to have this coordination team in the library. But the main goal is to have a data steward at each faculty, or even at each research group. So it's a research team, because we can see how it works. It's, if there is only one data steward for the institution, like an university that has more than 1,000 researchers, it doesn't make sense to say that this is something that is enough for this community. And these are the models that we should follow. So to provide good infrastructure, good skills, and the people that are actually interested in this role, and how to engage people, how to define the career paths and the future, as it was said in this question. Actually, the task force of EOSC, the data stewardship career path and and curricula is discovering this. So we are completing some information from different places, from different courses, from different examples of good practices to provide a good example of how it should look like in the future.
Roxana?
So probably in addition to what Anya has said, I see a research project or research as, I don't know, many dots of things that needs to be done in order for a research project to be finalized with outputs and good results. And who is doing what is a matter of our own, coordination, or what we decide. It's our decision. So I would say, from my perspective, or how I would like even data stewards to be, for me they should and will play important role, because what is being said right now is that data is a new currency, and they are the ones that should know everything about it. And in my understanding, data stewards are these interdisciplinary people who have it all around data. The technical knowledge about how to produce it, the technical knowledge how to pre-process it, post-process it, do the data management around it. The people who are able to talk with everyone to understand what are the requirements regarding data in the project. I do not imagine any project in the coming future, because again, the actions needed are there, or the things that needed to be done are there. Who is doing them? That's for us to decide. For now, there's a mixture. Sometimes the researcher, sometimes the project manager, sometimes it's IT team. It would be great if it was more in order and we had a dedicated role for it. And for me, it would be data stewards that, again, are these interdisciplinary people who have who are dealing with different aspects of data, from technological part to dissemination part. Yeah.
Okay, and our online speakers? How to recognize the role of data stewards and their career path?
I spoke first last time. I'm wanting to...
Natalia, the floor is yours. Yes.
Yes, I don't think I have much to add to what's already been said. Maybe I would add something that was discussed already on Monday. I think that some parts of the data management, open science, open access, maybe even citizen science topics should be taught at the doctoral or maybe even earlier, so that people who are entering this scientific world would be aware of various paths, careers, and activities that are needed in the scientific research. But maybe it's something that would help in creating awareness for data stewardship.
Thank you, Maria.
Yes, I would just quickly add because I think a lot has been said already. What I try to always point out when I work with workshops is coming out in outside academia as well.
Just wait a second, Maria, because we have a problem with a voice, with a sound.
I think it's a connection issue.
Okay, maybe you should try now.
Hello?
Oh, yes,
Can you
that's
hear me?
perfect. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So I always point out that if data stewardship is not something that people are looking for just in academia, in terms of like encouraging people to pick it, to look into it as a career. I absolutely agree with the fact that we should start teaching people about managing science, about managing their data earlier than their PhD, probably earlier than their master's, quite frankly. It should happen before grad school. The basics of managing data should happen in any course at an undergraduate level because it's really basic stuff. But also the need for data stewards. I mean, I don't think a week goes by now without someone contacting us asking for recommendations for data stewards that they could employ. I mean, this is happening and this is going to be a real thing. And there's going to be more and more people. It's an absolutely valid career choice.
Yes,
Also outside of academia.
Yes, I think on the one hand, I think we may wait until the researchers understand that in the data-driven world, the data stewards are necessary. On the other hand, we have some structural, let's say, solutions, top-down driven probably, like obviously the expectation of the research funding institutions with creating data management plan before implementing even the application or within the application process until the end with finalizing the project with the report from data management plan. But it's not the last one, because I think also the journals and publishers require data. And if the data are of not good quality, they are not following fair principles, it will be more and more difficult to publish the papers. So again, the data stewards come up in this process as well. So they will become kind of natural, become natural supporters of the research process or participant of the research process.
Yeah, so actually our first data steward in Gdańsk has been recruited by Magda during her classes of information skills that includes the data management component. And it was it was for PhD students at our university. So Oleg was the PhD student, and he became a data steward. And it was, as we say, our first real data steward at the university. But we also have some requests now from faculties. One of the faculty contacted me if we can provide a training for the doctoral students of this faculty. So it happens. So it's happening, and yeah, but. From the other hand, we since 6 months, I think, we have an open recruitation for the data stewards. So feel invited to to become the part of this if you are listening to this and you are interested. So we are looking for the data steward at the Gdańsk University of Technology, but we don't have candidates, and this is the problem that we have.
Yeah, we have the same, because I was working at the University of Silesia, and this is the same, like we want to recruit data stewards for each faculty, so namely 7 data stewards. But however, it is very difficult to find them in the labor market. So what we do, we will try to train our own, yes, from within. So trying to look for employees that are willing to upskill both either IT or researchers or PhD students that will be willing to take the role and participate in the training and then continuing advancement of the skills.
But Natalia, let's be honest, it is a money issue, and I think it's a money issue because we are now in the transfer mode, and once the funding bodies once more and more projects, or all of them, will require capabilities that can be given only by data stewards, the fact the universities will start to seek out more and more for data stewards capabilities. Mm-hmm. So probably we need to ask or wait until the data steward capabilities will be required in every project, and not only about the data management plan, but like serious treatment of data management at large in projects. And when it's required from the projects, more and more people will go to the people who are making decision in the institutions, and the institutions will start making the fuss about the lack of data stewards, and maybe as a result of that, data stewardship will become the role that it's taking seriously, and yeah.
Yes, I think it is an issue, but for example, within National Science Center, let's say open access framework, you can support financially people who play a role of the data stewards, either from indirect costs, or you can, now it is very, let's say, popular to provide a PhD studentship. And you give the data stewards responsibilities to the data stewards, of the data steward, which is good, because we also, let's say, in my previous job at the University of Silesia, we were giving training at the doctoral school level. And afterwards, you know, those who were getting a grant, the grant holder could employ those PhD students who were already trained, yes, and they could get a studentship in order to do the data management in the project from the very beginning. So it was also on the job learning. Very interesting concept that we are also discussing on the first day. So
I think that's the best way to go, really.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So you get basics and then you move
train,
on.
but it's the real project that gives you the.
Yeah. And it also shows then somehow solves the money issue, yes, because indirect cost, obviously, it is usually a difficult topic at the universities. It's up to the university in this, let's say, economic moment. It is even more difficult to manage these indirect costs. But, you know, if you combine these two issues, then you can still do something. Obviously, we have also the initiative of excellence, of the Research Excellence Initiative of the Ministry of Education and Science. Obviously, data stewards provide research excellence. We have to say so. They somehow help to achieve some aspect of research excellence, international visibility through providing open access to data and not only to data. So if we think about it, there are some tools and some resources that we could use to employ data stewards. However, obviously,
that's on us. But I think what needs to be done first is think about how to attract the people simply, because that's the only thing. How to make data stewards as something desirable. From the employee perspective, we need to make it sexy, look sexy. I don't know.
Yes, but I think
if the money is not everything we can give, prestige, I don't know.
But we are also aware that we train data stewards, and the big IT corporations are waiting for them just around the corner.
That's true.
So this is attractive already. Gaining data stewardships, becoming a data steward is already somehow enhance your chances on the IT labor market, and they are waiting there for you. So then it's important to sustain the data steward, to somehow make them interested in staying at the university.
So exactly, so that's exactly my point. We are aware of the fact that academia cannot compare with the possibility of the money from the commercial world. But if we cannot give them the money, then we need to give them something else, and we need to think about what, because that's what it is. It's business in that, with that.
It's the same in the IT, so.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm so blunt about it. It's, if you cannot give them money, you need to give them something else. In my experience, this something else are cool projects or freedom to choose technology. So this is the narrative I'm taking when trying to hire people who are professionals.
Or the mission.
Or the mission. There are people of mission. That's something heartwarming. So some arguments like that to make people come to the science instead to the money.
Thank you. Natalia, Maria, would you like to add something? As we are much after the time, but. Yes. Okay. So thank you very much. It was.
I have a meeting literally 3 minutes, so I'm really sorry.
Okay. No, we absolutely understand. I'm sorry for extending the session, but it was extremely interesting, and I am very grateful to all of the speakers to share experience, knowledge, and have this online brainstorming about data stewardship. Obviously, we will continue. The next tripartite is ahead. So, thank you very much for your contribution time, and have a good afternoon. Goodbye. And for the rest of the participants, we will welcome you for the next session, which is about tools and services. Thank you. How much time we have?
Can we make it 30 minutes instead of?
It's 12:42.
So we have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. After the break, welcome again. So we will start now the last, unfortunately, panel of the first national tripartite event Poland. It is about tools and services, and I have pleasure to introduce many leading institutions in Poland which are involved in tools and services for open science. And it will be again a very rich panel presenting our good practices, use cases, and experience of Polish institutions in delivering tools and services and using tools and services. So let me introduce the speakers of this panel as well as the chairman. So the chairman, I will start from the chairman who is here with me today, Maciej Piasecki from Wrocław University of Science and Technology, and Clarin Erik. Welcome. And the speakers. So let me introduce and welcome Rafał Leśkiewicz and Łukasz Turek from Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Poland, Digitalization Unit, Natalia Greenpeter from Open Science Platform at ICM University of Warsaw, Norbert Meyer from Institute of Bioorganic Chemistry, Polish Academy of Sciences, Michał Kotnarowski from Institute of Philosophy and Sociology of Polish Academy of Sciences and European Social Survey, European Research Infrastructure, Andrzej Królak, Institute of Mathematics of Polish Academy of Sciences, Marek Stankiewicz, Jagiellonia University and Polish delegate to ESFRI, European Strategy Forum on Research Infrastructures, Roxana Wilk, Academic Computer Center Cyfronet, University of Science and Technology in Kraków, Magdalena Szuflita-Żurawska, Gdańsk University of Technology, and also EOSC Data Stewardship and Curricula Task Forces, and Raimundas Tuminauskas from Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center. So dear panelists, Chairman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, as we have quite limited time, but I will try to reserve time for very short questions after each presentation and some discussion at the end of the session. So, without any further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Rafał Leśkiewicz for the first presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to present the project Chronicle, the National Repository of Science and Culture Object. My name is Rafał Leśkiewicz. I work as an expert in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister, previously in the Ministry of Digitalization and also in the Central IT Center. From the beginning, I'm the member of the Chronica project team, which I will tell you about in a moment. Also, in addition, I work over 20 years in the Institute of National Remembrance in Archive and also in IT department. The topic of my presentation is Chronica project. This is the modern and technologically advanced solution for presenting the resources of Polish science and culture. And the project was carried out for several years. And this year, the official inauguration took place in May. We have prepared a modern portal for users, which contains digital resources of libraries, archives, and selected museums collections. But now we have made we have in the portal resources of the National Museum in Krakow available on our. But soon also the resources of the National Museum in Warsaw will be made available, and also other collections from other institutions. For example, Polish TV. For institutions joining the project, the most important thing is free access to a repository for their digital collections without having to incur additional costs. Later in my presentation, I will present the details of the project and the scope of the data provided. Have the second screen, and you can see here the basic information on the sources of financing the project and the program under which it was implemented. It is official information. We have to do it because of sources of financing the project. This project concerned the creation of a single common infrastructure and platform for collecting, storing, and sharing digital resources of national heritage, cultural and scientific. And in Poland, we defined that in Poland there was no single point of access to key public resources in the area of science, culture, and administration. Also, many objects in museum exhibits are audiovisual objects and photographs or books have been digitized and made available for the popular separate websites. In 2016, when we started the discussion on this project, there was more than 1,000 of different websites with different digital resources, digital objects available for users. It was difficult to find something in one portal. That's why we decided to prepare the website and also infrastructure named Kronika. Here you can see on this picture, in this picture you can see our project ambassadors, outstanding Polish scientists, painters, and writers. I hope you recognize them. We have here the most famous Polish scientist in the Middle Ages, Nicolaus Copernicus. We also have here Maria Skłodowska-Curie, the winner of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry and Physics. And another patron of the Kronika project is Eliza Orzeszkowa, an outstanding Polish writer of the 19th and early 20th century. And the last of the ambassadors is Jan Matejko, an outstanding painter, author of the most famous paintings of presenting the events in the Polish history. Here we can see the homepage of the portal, and for now, unfortunately, the portal is only in Polish. We also, of course, we plan to prepare an English version as a part of development work. Why didn't we prepare an English version right now? Well, because resource descriptions, metadata of objects and collections are usually in Polish, and it was impossible to translate them quite shortly. And in addition, most of digitized objects themselves present the content in Polish. Older materials are, for example, in Latin, less often in German or Russian. What we currently have, what we currently sharing on the portal Kronika. Quite a lot of interesting, unique, unknown, fascinating and inspiring documents, photos, paintings, newspapers, drawings, and many other digital objects of Polish national heritage. We have 16 million digitized and objects which are presented on the portal. Metadata and also 50 subject categories to search. Here you can see the shared resources that the shared resources are grouped into many thematic categories that allow everybody to easily navigate between collections, and each user can set up his individual account where can store objects. It's here when the user registered can create an individual account, and the person who use the portal can store objects found during the virtual research, and then can use it to research right now or later. We have one search engine using the mechanisms of semantic and also ontology, allows for effective searching and gives precise results. Here we can have one example. This picture shows sample search results. In this case, objects related to Nicolaus Copernicus, the project ambassador. Each object is assigned to a select thematic category. And then here, by clicking on the selected object, we receive comprehensive information about the object, origin, author, date of creation, description, storage location, and much more. And if you would like to find something, we have comprehensive information from archives, from libraries, and also from in one query. So this is how the search mechanism works for each query entered by the user into the search engine. Well, here you can see on this picture the most important components implemented in the project Chronicle. We have here integration platform, which is, integration platform, which is a website, which is advanced website which also integrate of websites and web portals, in principle available with the application, also available for download free of charge. Then we have securing IT space for data providers provided by institutions joining the project, placing the cloud for storing resources. As a result, the efficiency of resource management will be increased, and the security of stored resources will be increased, and the maintenance will be financially optimized. And also we have open and unified standards for open and multiple use by all institutions of science and culture. Everybody can use the standard we've just prepared, and the standard is available on the website gov.pl. You can find the open standard we use in our platform. And we also have a research platform, exchange of data and experiences available to index resources for individual research projects. The solution will increase innovation and creativity in scientific research and the use of those resources for commercial purposes. What else? Here we have the presentation of services available as part of the Chronicle project. So first of all, we have free access to the repository for every users and every institutions. For institutions also using a hosting service financed by the state budget. We have open use of the metadata standard, and of course open use of the analytical platform resources. And summarizing 15 minutes, so I can't present all solutions which we have in our portal. I invite you on Chronicle website, chronica.gov.pl. But summarizing, the main goal of the Chronicle project was to increase the availability of digital resources of public institutions in Poland, improve their quality and increase the possibility of their reuse. A data validation and migration mechanism was implemented here in this project, which unifies all data descriptions into one format, so increasing the interoperability of all public entities joining the project. An important element of the architecture solution is the central metadata concentrator. The concentrator module is responsible for the correct way of mapping and crossing various metadata systems in order to consequently ensure the correct and effective search, aggregation, and sharing of the obtained data. And also through the Chronica project, we achieved the following goals. Disseminating knowledge about available digital resources of science and culture, then creation of coherent technical mechanisms for centralized management of digital goods of science and culture, then increasing the possibility of using digital cultural and scientific goods, in particular through the implementation of an integrated research search engine, a personalized resource tracking system, enabling the creation of own sets and data sets, as well as global localization of resources, creating a repository of digital copies of the most valuable and threatened and scientific objects, increasing the number of views and downloads of digital science and cultural objects, and increasing the number of entities providing resources, and thus increasing the number of digitally available science and culture objects. And also improving rationality of increasing the efficiency of spending funds of the digitalization of the state, optimization of costs related to future investments in platforms providing digital resources of science and culture, and optimization of investment in infrastructure, reduction of costs that currently must be borne by the public and cultural and scientific institutions, related primarily to the purchase of software, the need to employ high specialized IT staff, build and maintain own infrastructure and own data centers, and of course ensuring the security of public systems, increasing the security of storing the most valuable digital resources of national heritage. In this presentation, I tried to show the most important assumptions and the most important advantages of the Chronica project. I encourage everyone to use the portal and institutions to join in building an integrated information hub and a safe digital embassy of the digital heritage of Polish science and culture. So my time is end, I think. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting this very large and rich project. Do we have any questions on chat?
Yes, we had, but already Mr. Łukasz Turek responded to okay. We had a question from Ola. Could you please repeat the address where one can find metadata standards? But Mr. Łukasz Turek has already responded to that question.
That's great. He supported me.
Okay, thank you. So maybe I would also like to ask a question. This is a very rich source of data. For example, for research in area of humanities and social sciences, there are at least couple of research infrastructures in the area in Poland. I would like to ask about the possibility of accessing data for processing, selecting larger volumes of data and some kind of API, just accessing the data by in some kind of larger volumes for processing, for analysis, for many different applications. Is this possible with this portal, and how it could be achieved?
Well, it's a good question. Possible because to the port infrastructure, but if we can try to work on some solutions how to do it and how to use the data we have in the portal efficiently.
Oh, thank you very much. It will be very good.
That might add to it, because the use case you are bringing is like a part of the interoperability framework, or it's an EOSC term, but in general it's about being able to use one tool in the bigger workflow or pipeline for the sake of processing, for example.
Yeah.
And I would say that in that case, probably it would be best start with specific use cases to be able to know what is needed from the technological perspective, what is needed from the API perspective to achieve what is needed on the researcher side.
So I would like to suggest some
use cases are the best options to always.
Yeah. Just speaking on behalf of Klavin, but I think also that Daria could join here, and maybe some other infrastructures. So we have a couple of use cases. So we'll be happy to talk about some concrete applications that, when there's a lot, when there are precious data stored, it is very tempting to make them open for digital methods, the scientific digital methods, and the application in science.
Especially that there are many disciplines that would be interested in those data. It is humanities, social sciences, arts. That would be a very valuable, open research data source, but also, as we were speaking before, educational open research source. So
I will be happy to
impressing.
I will be happy to be in touch in future to talk about possibilities.
Okay. That's great.
Thank you very much. Do we have some more questions? If not, thank you very much, but please stay till the end of the session. Maybe there will be some more discussion towards the end. So now I would like to invite Natalia Greenpeter from ICM, University of Warsaw. Yes, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's my second presentation today. And although this panel is about services and tools, I've already mentioned some of the services developed by Open Science Platform. And in this panel, I will focus on Opener, and let me first, in a very quick, brief summary, present our ICM University of Warsaw services that I've discussed earlier. It's a virtual library of science that provides access to licensed scientific resources and also deals with read and publish agreements. And Open Science Platform, which I am a representative of today, develops services for open science, the library of science. It is a service with open books and open journals, providing full text of research papers, research articles from various disciplines. We also have data repositories that are available for researchers in Poland. One general purpose repository, repository for open data, REPOT, and two discipline specific. services, social data repository and macromolecular crystallography raw data repository, RDS and MX-RDR, as we use the shortcuts for those services. Also, we have a publication repository, its own repository, and aggregator, which brings in one place and provides a single point of access to many publication repositories in Poland that are developed and implemented at various universities, university libraries, or research institutes. So it's a very brief, short introduction in our role in open science in Poland. And now I would like to switch to this international European context to present and talk a little more, tell you a little more about OpenAIR. OpenAIR, it's European infrastructure that develops tools and services for dissemination of open scholarly, open scientific resources. And as you can see, it's a very large right now organization, and in previous years it was a series of projects, and as an organization it has members from 34 countries, 48 members from 34 countries. In Poland, okay, here I am. And in Poland, Interdisciplinary Center for Mathematical and Computational Modeling is member of OpenAIR AMKE, which is the organization. And in previous years, it was a partner in all OpenAIR projects. And ICM is responsible for many technical issues, which is operation and maintenance of services in the OpenAIR infrastructure. It also provides expertise in text and data mining, in developing OpenAIR research graph. But we also have this soft skills and communication side of the project based at ICM and our Open Science Platform team, which is National Open Access Desk in Poland. And within this framework or initiative, we organize workshops, and I've already mentioned it earlier in the morning, that in 2020 we've organized 2 national open access workshops on open access policies and research data management requirements and good practices. And as a follow-up, we've created a network of open access coordinators from research performing organizations in Poland. National Open Access Desk is also a contact point, and it works in both ways. We provide support for researchers in Poland, researchers that are interested in tools and services developed in OpenAIR, but we are also updating some information about open science, available services, repositories, or policies in open science in Poland. And on the OpenAIR website, you can access a country profile, a country page that is regularly updated with those sort of national level information. And when it comes to OpenAIR and, OpenAIR and, I have some issues here, I don't know why. Okay. we're here. And when it comes to Opener and its involvement in EOSC, because that's what I want to focus on as we are attending EOSC Festival and our Polish tripartite event. It's all about connecting, discovering, and providing interoperability guidelines. And Opener was developing and still is developing and updating interoperability guidelines that can be adopted by service providers, by repositories, by various scientific infrastructures. And those guidelines for content providers are part of the EOSC rules of participation, and with EOSC are adopted at the European level. That's one part of the EOSC Opener's involvement in the EOSC. Also, or maybe as an example of adoption of these guidelines, I want to mention repositories in Europe that are indexed in and validated through Opener services, and therefore their scientific resources are visible and findable and accessible via Opener Explore portal, for example. And that would be one example of adopting those guidelines by research data repositories, publication repositories, those kinds of services. Yes, and the second area that I would like to mention today are services developed by Opener and onboarded on EOSC. Those are services that helps tracking, identifying open research outputs that help discovering open research, such as Explore, discovering, finding, and also reusing, but also monitoring, services that help, for example, research performing organizations or research funding organizations monitor and evaluate impact and the scope of open science research outputs. Those services cover all research life cycle, and as you will see in the next slide, there are many of the services, and they are available for many types of stakeholders, which I will only stress in this context, because of course we don't have time, and also I wouldn't be in the best position to describe each of these services, but just to mention all types of stakeholders and institutions or organizations that might want to use those services. Those would be institutions that provide scientific resources. Those would be researchers interested in using particular tools, and maybe Zenodo, visible here in the second row, would be the most known and recognizable for you, as it is an open repository for all types of research outputs, both publication and research data, and also other such as reports, educational materials, also open science materials, or maybe Argos from the point of view of researcher would also be very interesting, because it's a tool that can help researchers or research teams in developing and putting together all parts of research data management plan. And also there are tools for monitoring and evaluating the uptake of open access, open science policies and various, let's say, adoption of open science tools. Yeah, okay, so here you can see all those three parts or three layers of those tools. When it comes to contributing to the EOSC core, open-air services are being used in this process, and a very brief description of how it works can be visible here. So there are various data sources that use, as I mentioned before, open-air interoperability guidelines. Therefore, we have this compliance that needs to be taken into account. We have open-air research graph. Sorry. And so the publishing part and discovery and monitoring part. So here you can see basically what I've managed to present earlier, but in the process. Openness, fairness are the main principles here in this involvement of open-air in developing and providing services in EOSC. And I think this short introduction might give you some initial idea of this process. Of course, should you have any questions regarding open-air role, I will be happy to answer them if it's possible, because I'm not responsible or anyhow a technical person. But in case you want to learn more, I can serve, as I said, as a contact point for open-air team or teams based at various European countries. And as the last slide, I also wanted to mention that as ICM, we are also involved in EOSC. University of Warsaw is member of EOSC Association, and people from our team are involved in various task forces. As you can see here, I myself am a member of upskilling countries to engage in EOSC members. So those are the basic, I'm running out of time right now, but those are the basic information I wanted to share with you today. Thank you very much for your attention. And as I said, I invite you to contact me in case you have any additional questions.
Thank you very much for very interesting and inspiring and inviting, I would say, presentation. Just attempting to just immediately start using all these services. Do we have any questions? No chat. Yes, please, Natalia.
Natalia, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I think this is exactly about it. Yes, so we want to show what we already have. And many people, researchers and supporters of the research are just not aware. So hopefully we'll use the audience of EOSC Festival, the first one, but then the next one and next one to make the public more aware. I have a question regarding these task forces, as you mentioned. Could you just maybe say briefly about the task forces for upskilling countries, because that really intrigued me. What is it about, like in general, to upskill the countries? who are you aiming at? The researchers, the stewards, or?
Actually, within our task force, there's an ongoing discussion about how should we approach this topic, and I don't know if it's the case in other task forces, but we are still I would say in the phase of knowing each other. So I think that currently one of the most important processes in the task force is integration and as I said, knowing each other and learning about our organizations, because there are people from various organizations, research performing organizations, research funding organizations, libraries, and we currently are having a discussion on how to approach upskilling in terms of countries, as the task force name indicates, but also in terms of discipline fields. So I think there are two directions, and of course they can be connected and are connected to each other. And for example, I am more focused on the country level, but there are also members of the task force that are active researchers, for example, in a particular field like mathematics or material sciences, and have more insight in this disciplinary area, discipline-specific field. But you've asked about our target audience. I remember. So I think basically we would like to reach researchers. I think it's the most important for uptake of the available resources, because only by reaching researchers that might be interested in using data repositories or data management plan services as Argos, for example, only by reaching researchers, the EOSC will be a living and active and widely used infrastructure, or a system of systems, as it is also called. So I would say that researchers would be our first and the most important target audience.
Yes, thank you. I think it's considering that we at many panels we meet different representatives of Poland within task forces. I think it would be interesting to meet from time to time, for example, during the EOSC Network Poland meetings, to briefly maybe discuss what we are doing in different task forces and what's going on in another group, as we anyway intend to meet once a month to have these regular meetings. So maybe that's just a thought for the future, to exchange the let's say, to brief each other about the task force's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And as time is going, flying quite quickly, let's go to the next presentation. First, I would like to is Norbert Meyer, Mr. Norbert Meyer with us? No. So in that moment, I will let's switch to the next presentation of Mr. Michał Kotnarowski from Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, Polish Academy of Sciences. Please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. So I was attending a Monday session in person. This time I'm online. And also I'm here as a national coordinator as European Social Survey, and I will try to present how the open science practices or ideas were implemented in this very particular specific research program. So it will be like my story will be rather more general. I will tell you about like various kind of activities on my presentation, and I don't have like technical solutions which were used. However, I will tell you what we do in ESS, European Social Survey. But before I would like to say a few words. What is European Social work? Okay, so about European Social Survey. So this is an academic cross-national survey in which we measure attitudes and behavior of respondents. So basically, in each country taking part in ESS, we have random sample of respondents. We send interviewers to these respondents, and they conduct interview, and the interview is quite long. It's like about 1 hour interview. Afterwards, we collect data, and data are ready to analyzed either by us or by other researchers. So, like it is. So from the beginning of ESS project, like 10 runs were completed. It started in beginning of 21st century. Altogether, we conducted more than 400,000 interviews. And of course, interviews are conducted in national languages. It means that we have, we start with English questionnaire, then it is translated into national languages. So we use like about 50 national languages across Europe. One more thing. So ESS project was awarded like several prizes. So one of them was Descartes Prize, and in Poland it is included in the Polish Road for Research Infrastructure in 2014 and Polish Research Infrastructure Map in 2020. However, okay, so as I said, there are countries around Europe taking part in the ESS project. Poland is from the beginning. Here we have countries from the first 9 runs. And then there are countries in the last round, which was fielded this year. So right now we have 32 participating countries, and we are also ERIC, European Research Infrastructure. And then as far as I know, we are either the largest or one of the largest ERICs. So it was just a short introduction. What is ESS and what do we do in the program? Now, what kind of open science practices are implemented in the study? So I would say that there are at least 4 different kinds of actions which we do in ESS project. So this for ESS available, making study documentation available. We are providing tools that allow academics and non-academics to analyze data. And finally, there is possibility for research community to insert questions into the ESS questionnaire to somehow have its own part in the project. So so a few words about each of these elements. So data set collected in ESS study are made available on the ESS website actually as soon as they are cleaned, properly described, anonymized. So when the data processing stage is over, immediately data are made publicly open. So actually there is not even kind of data waiting period. So I mean the period in which researchers have they have like a priority of access to data. So like in many like National Science Center projects, the thing is that a research team first access to the data is restricted only to research team. When the research team publish something or consume the data, then the data afterwards are publicly open. Here in ESS, we go a little bit farther. So from the very beginning, when the data are ready to publish, when data are prepared, they are already published. So I don't want to say that National Science Center practices are wrong, but just here we go like a bit farther in this openness. So example is that we finished ESS run fieldwork in Poland in June this year. It means so right now data are cleaning and processing, and they will be made publicly available in next month in November this year, end of November this year. Okay, another thing is that one of the future of European Social Survey is that we try to maintain and provide high quality of research, in this case, survey research. So there are like several standards for correctly conducted survey research, and particular stages of the study are conducted according to very specific procedures. And these procedures, they result from many years of methodological research conducted. So like some kind of cumulative knowledge, methodological knowledge, which was gained in the area of survey methodology. And this knowledge was done to some extent within the ESS project, but also outside the ESS project. So it means that there are high requirements about our work. So it means in practice that, let's say that if in Polish team, if we did something wrong, incompatible with these high ESS standards, it could happen that data set might not be accepted, might not be published. So there are some high quality standards which needs to be fulfilled in the work. Detailed methodology is documented and is described in standard. Afterwards, it is also available, it is also published together with the data. So it means that any interested person, a part of the data set as such, with questionnaire answers for the questionnaire, any interested person can also have access to the study. So for example, the sampling procedure, questionnaire translation process, preparation of prepared for the survey, so detailed information about training of interviewers, about like conditions and context in which it was, for example, in what period of, so in which days, which hour each interview was conducted, how many attempts to contact respondent were made before questionnaire was conducted, reason for not conducting an interview. So we also provide like detailed information about selected sample and where it is indicated with whom an interview was conducted, with whom it was not conducted. So in other words, I would say that so in ESS project we put our cards on the table. So there is nothing to hide. So we show all our research steps. So then it's like the whole research process is open. Even if we did something wrong, it would be there, it would be documented. So and one of the reasons is that we try to still set the standard quality of, and also to show the good research. Okay, so it was the second point. Now the third point is that, as I said, we also provide tools that allow academics and non-academics to analyze ESS data. So actually, when we conduct study and when we have data set from ESS, then to be able to use this data to get some information, to do some academic or non-academic usage of it. So so it is necessary to have some knowledge of at least basic statistics and ability to use some statistical software. So it would be the case if we just provide a data set. However, like we are aware that ESS is a study which could be interested for researchers groups of academics. Having such skills is not a common thing. Moreover, we are also we would like to also interest by ESS data to make ESS data useful for other people from non-academic actors, like different levels of authorities, starting from United Nations, going through European Union, national authorities, and regional and local authorities. So United Nations is not a joke, because like when migration policy was discussed at the United Nations level, ESS data were used there. So we really aim to this and at this very high level, but also to the very local level. We also would like to make NGOs interested, non-governmental organizations, but also opinion leaders like expert journalists. Actually, I did not mention here students, but I also would like to interest students here. So in order to do this, we make several steps to reduce this technological barrier to accessing data, and one of the actions is providing. So on the central web page of ESS, it will be provided web portal, some kind of interface in which would be able to conduct by the person who is not statistically skilled. So kind of interface which allow to conduct a basic analysis and basic like this exploration of ESS data for someone who is not an academic. I said that it will be because it is under construction. As far as I know, it will be ready beginning of next year. We also have similar application on the Polish ESS website, which is in which everything is in Polish, which is more for Polish-speaking audience. And also we provide like a set of trainings in analyzing data. Also, it is for academics as well for non-academics. So, for example, we plan to have some workshop trainings for people from local authorities level. Okay, and the next thing, the last thing of this open science implementation in ESS is that we allow other academics outside ESS team to insert some questions to the ESS questionnaire. And now a few things about the structure of ESS questionnaire. So in ESS, we have something which is a core questionnaire, which are the set of questions which are repeated in all rounds. And we also have rotating modules. And what are these? Okay, so then this core questionnaire, there are like a general questions which are asked every time in ESS. It's about, let's say, media use, political opinion, political behavior, well-being, or various like social issues, social demographic profile of respondent, answers on human value scale. However, there are also rotating modules, and they are about 30 questions on some single academic issue or some policy concern, and actually this rotating module they change from round to round. Here you have like examples of what was the rotating modules. I just want to say that in the last two rounds we have questions about timing of life, justice and fairness. It was in round 9, conducted in 2018. In the last round, we had questions, rotating module about understanding and evaluations of democracy, digital social contacts and work and family. And also we have special module about opinions connected to coronavirus problem, to pandemic situation. However, rotating modules are selected on the basis of open competition addressed to the research community. So it means that any team of scholars can submit proposal for the questionnaire, for the set of part of questionnaire. And there is a committee at ESS which selects the rotating module as the best one according to some criteria. And actually, I can tell you it's quite competitive to be able to add questions. There are many people who would like to add questions. Criteria is theoretical justification of the proposal, actuality of the proposal, feasibility, if it's feasible to handle given research problem using survey methodology, and also publication plan which is presented. So it means that we like opened the research for scientific community in that way that other scholars could conduct their own study within the ESS infrastructure. Yeah, so this is like another kind of being open. So once again, so these are like these 4 elements which we do. So maybe there is something more which we could think of, but there are these 4 elements which are main thing in my view. So making ESS data available, making study documentation available, providing tools that allow academics and non-academics, not skilled people, to use the data, and also possibility to entering the infrastructure with someone's own research problem, research interest, and insert some questions to our questionnaire. Well, that's all what I have for you. Thank you very much. I'm in time, I guess.
Thank you very much for enlightening presentation. And ESS is just a gold standard for openness in all different dimensions. So it fits amazingly well to the topic of our conference festival here. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
I only have a remark, really, because I might say I'm like not astonished, but such a good job you are doing, like seriously, because during your presentation, I was like, whoa, such a cool idea. I have such a great idea. What can be done more? And then you came with this idea that you are already doing that. So
you answer all my questions.
Serious, that's true. So seriously, like, yeah, great. But I have one question only.
Yes,
regarding have you thought about the possibility, because that's a very important skill, the proper conduction of a survey. Would you think it can be feasible in our national landscape that you could be somehow a training center for the researchers how to properly conduct a survey or organize a survey? Do you think this is something that might have happened in the future?
Actually, my thought actually 2 weeks ago, I think I met Natalia Galica at Silesian University when I was conducting a workshop, sharing methodological standards of ESS to another research team. So actually, well, I could also put this stuff here, but we do it right now, but it's a training center. But well, it is like we could think about doing something more more formalized, institutionalized way. However, yes, one of the aims of ESS is, apart of doing good quality of study of good quality, it is also to share these standards and to promote these standards and to facilitate using these standards in other research projects. So yes, so then we have it in mind, we do this, but it could be more institutionalized.
So thank you for your excellent presentation and for your comment, because it seems that we are already achieving the goals of the festival. Yes, so the visibility of our services, infrastructures, tools, and the potential that we have is better. Yes, after the 3 days, we recognize each other better in this sense. But also, I would like to thank you for presenting this excellent practice. And also contributing to our previous panel discussion, because you exactly proved that from the research design stage, we have to think about the data quality. So from designing the research, preparing methodology, designing the instruments, the data quality must be ensured at the very early stage, because at the end we will do nothing about it. So storing any data makes absolutely it's not the point or the aim of open data management. Yes, it starts from the designing the research project. So thank you very much, and it also ensures obviously the research integrity. Yes, so we ensure the research integrity, research quality from the very beginning. But also, I wanted to show something when I was when I met Michał. Also, I was reading a little bit more, and we were talking about incentives, right? And what I found out is that ESS got a prize for the data set. It is called Dataset Award of APSA. APSA, it is American Association of Political Sciences, and they have a Dataset Award, which is an excellent incentive for the researchers, that you can get a prize for good data set.
That's true, but what came also to my mind, this is not always the case, or even more it's not than it is, that the scientific solutions or services are meeting the standards of so-called business or commercial services. And in your case, you are. So seriously, congratulations. You are doing great jobs, and share your knowledge with us.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would like also to spend more time, but I'm very sorry if more speakers waiting, but I would like to invite you to the discussion.
But you have a very ungrateful position now.
Yeah,
Timekeeper.
I've bought a ticket for my train home, so back home.
Yes,
So
with two ladies in the panel.
cannot miss it. Okay, so let's now I would like to invite Mr. Andrzej Królak from Institute of Mathematics, Polish Academy of Sciences. Yes, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. In my talk, of gravitational of Open Science Center for the case of an international project. So first, the project. So these are gravitational wave detectors. So there are 3 gravitational wave detection projects. There is a LIGO project in US. There's Virgo project, which is a European contributing. And there is a Japanese Kagra project. And this project together form a consortium, a worldwide collaboration. These projects, they are funded by all main agencies that so according to the consortium agreement, all the data by LVK collaboration are analyzed jointly. It means there are working groups that work on analyzing certain cases, and then the papers with the results are published jointly by all the members of the collaboration. They are signed by all the authors of the 3 collaborations. And the LVK adopted a common policy to release the data, to the public, and this public release is based on this universal key principle called FAIR. It means that the data must be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So the plan how to release the data, how to manage the data, called LIGO Data Management Plan. Well, it's called LIGO, but it really applies to all the 3 members of the consortium, including the Virgo project, of which we are the member. This document, which is long, it is publicly available. And as you see now, we have version 27, so it's continuously updated. Input and comments from this data release is also described in a publication, which is, of course, open access in a SoftwareX journal. The data releases. We have 3 levels of data releases. So firstly, after a gravitational signal was found, within a minute, this information is published together with parameters of the signal. It means the time when the signal occurred and the position of the sky from which the gravitational wave signal occurred. This is extremely important because sources of gravitational waves, many sources, for these sources, for example, the merger of neutron stars, with these sources, there are also associated electromagnetic events that can be observed by optical telescopes, radio telescopes, and satellites. So this information is very important because these other instruments position on the sky from which the signal originated. Then the next level is that when we publish a paper with the results of the observations, with the paper we release the data which contain the signal that has been detected, so that people can analyze it for themselves. Finally, there is the ultimate stage of the release of the data. It means that all the data that has been collected are released. And this occurs, and here there's one important point, that we have a proprietary period of 18 months. After 18 months, we release the data. Well, this is usual in many projects. This simply is a reward for the people that develop these detectors for decades and develop the software and the methods to analyze them. So our release is acknowledged, and here in the corner there's a statement from the CERN Courier, which acknowledges that the data from the first detection of gravitational wave signals were made public immediately after that occurred in 2015, and the paper was published in 2016. And this discovery was eventually awarded Nobel Prize of Physics. Okay, so next slide is so for the release of the data, we have a special web page. This is called Gravitational Wave Open Science Center. And here on this slide, you have the front page of this facility. Okay, here you see the pictures of all the 3 detectors. Here it is describes this very concisely what is in the center. So the Gravitational Wave Open Science Center provides data from gravitational wave along with the access to tutorials and software tools. From this you can access all the data and all these 3 stages of the releases that I described. You can also download software that is used to download and visualize the data and also to analyze them. And there are various tutorials, so people can learn how to use these data. And so far, at the moment, all the data that has been collected by the gravitational detector of LVK Consortium are made public. Finally, the impact, here is a brief summary. So examples of the projects using this EOSC platform is professional research, students' projects, classroom activities, textbooks, art projects, workshops, and training. And you have around 3,000 visitors each month, and there are thousands of downloads. On the right, you have the publication records. So there are already 230 published papers using this open science platform. And here on the plot, you have the number of papers in each year. So there's a number of papers that our collaboration published each year, and then there is a number of papers that they use, they cite this public data. So you see there's an yearly increase. Okay, so this is the end of the summary. I'm not going into the technical details of the platform. It's just a broad description. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, and also I would like to highlight one thing that came to my mind immediately. It's that on the last slide you showed incentives from open science, that there's number of citations and visibility that is a kind of reward for making data open. Do we have questions from the chat?
I will have a look.
In the meantime, maybe I would like to ask about, you mentioned about using this your of your involvement of using of your results in textbooks in teaching. I would like to ask about some possible from your some input to teaching curricula. Have you thought about introduction of some, because these materials you prepare to the teaching curricula in different universities, or yeah, especially in university students?
Well, yes, in this website, one can find materials that are suitable for students, but also for the teachers in the secondary schools.
Oh, amazing.
So the teachers can, from this website, they can download resources to teach their students. And also, okay, independent of this, there are, it is possible to visit, and there are many such visits of the detector sites, both in the United States and in Europe, where one can book a visit and classes, students from the high school can visit the detector sites and get the direct knowledge of how the detector works and about the data.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also, in fact, noticed the same, that your data citation was very spirit lifting, that data citation works. And this is exactly what we try to convince the researchers about, that, you can be cited from your papers or books, but you can be also cited from your data. That's the first thing. So thank you very much for showing the graph and how it may work. But also, what also struck my attention was the embargo, the 18 months embargo, and I saw you also noticing that kind of long period, because usually we start to make the data open as soon as possible, and 18 months is quite long from the event from the situation. So you gave the explanation for that, but for the good sake of the development of the discipline, do you think it is not too long? How useful are the data after 18 months?
Well, first of all, this period is being shortened. Initially it was 24 months, now it's 18 months, and there is a discussion to shorten it even further. Well, this period also involves, because the data, it would be very difficult to publish the data immediately. One needs to, the data first of all need to be calibrated, and one needs a kind of a finite calibration, which is not done completely online, and develop the tools. So all this takes time, and also there's a discussion within the collaboration that people should have certain reward for developing these big detector projects. But this period is under discussion, and there is, say, a certain pressure both from outside community and also from the funding agency to shorten this period. So, but period tends to be, this proprietary period tends to be shortened.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this was exactly what was mentioned yesterday by Professor Jerzawek. He also was mentioning the infrastructure. They are, in fact, still under construction. And there is the issue, is it a public good or is it a public good of certain states? Yes. And how it will be used in the future. So I think you have very, similar topics to discuss, but we are also trying to solve this discussion because we have now the tendency to talking about data and about science as general as a public good. So thank you very much for introduction of your experience.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite, but already is present, Roxana Gwirk from Cyfronet Kraków. So yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so the name of my presentation for this panel is EOSC Services for Providers, but what I wanted to, where's my magic? Yes, here it is. What I wanted to start with that, hopefully, what has been presented during this panel already shows us or proves somehow what I wanted to, the message I wanted to give you from the very beginning. So the situation we have right now among different scientific disciplines is different regarding how the scientific disciplines gain from different technologies or new standards or new approaches towards the research cycle. What we have in Poland is sometimes in line with what is going on out there due to our involvement in many collaborative projects, but for some of the disciplines are not that lucky, and I believe that this is what we can aim at in the scope of EOSC or open science infrastructure in Poland. Because what we want to achieve in the end, I truly believe that almost all of the scientific disciplines can have tools that can make the research more efficient. So, for example, the first question that was asked on this panel. So, if it's feasible to download the data from a repository and from the API to move it to the processing part of the workflow. This is something that, for example, EOSC is trying to address, one of the many elements. The same would apply to our last presenter and the aspect of now I lost my thought. And the aspect of not processing data, I had it written down. Sorry. Okay, I will just move forward. Anyway, this is what I'm showing you once again is a diagram of tools that are support to facilitate or to help the researchers themselves, because what is being said or what is being published are the services or research products that can help any scientific disciplines. What EOSC is already doing, because it's an EOSC meeting, is trying to connect researchers with tools that can enhance their science. Because we can imagine, in PLGrid, for example, what PLGrid has done. Many years ago, when the researcher wanted to use computational resources, the researcher had to go to the computing center, fill in the paperwork, then probably bring some gift, so to be first in the line to get to the computational resources. And PLGrid made this process more effective, that now everyone from their computer can apply from computational resources and do the whole, submit the jobs and do the, or process the data on its own premise, and all work is being done in a computing center. Right now, many scientific disciplines or research groups have their own ways, their own tools to support their research, writing their own scripts, inventing their own algorithm. When open science and EOSC supporting this paradigm wants us to use what already has been shared, like sharing is caring, right? We care, we just care, so we want to share. And in order for the researchers to be able to discover tools that are able to help them, the first step was to publish what has been already delivered and can be used by the researchers. As a first step, we are publishing the bricks that in the end, hopefully, when the interoperability framework will be interoperable, will be in place and ready to be used, the bricks that in the end can be put together and make the researcher life easier, because the research will be faster. Instead of developing our own workflows, we can reuse the workflows in place. Instead of making our own integrations, the interfaces will be defined and ready to adapt. What Natalia was, for example, talking about regarding the interoperability guidelines. Well, the interoperability guidelines for the research products are for the sake of, first of all, being able to gather them in a unified manner with the unified tools. The next step, being able to find them in a unified manner using the language known to the researcher. And the last step is being able to use them for the sake of digital enhancements. For example, one for the research discovery graph from OpenAir, what is available is being able to find the publications, data sets, or software, but not only find information on it or where to get, how to get access to them, but the graph also is about combining or connecting the dots and showing which data set was connected with which publication, which software was used for the sake of delivering of a given data set. With that, and this is also compliant with Michał's talk, with that we can reuse good practices and be faster, simply be faster, because, oh, I know what I wanted to refer to with reference to Virgo. The 80-month period for the delivery of or making the data open, it's not only about the policy, as I understood, but also the post-processing, the taking out the information or making the data consumable by the researchers. So yet another place where the research supporting infrastructure can help, delivering the tools that can make the processing faster. The same happened, for example, in CypherNet in the scope of Sat4Envy project, where we were supposed to deliver or publish data from the satellites. And the data on its own was not useful to the wider public. But after being processed, after delivery of such called products with the use of computational resources, with the use of storage capabilities, these data, these pictures, these images right now can be used and is being used by the administration for the sake of administration, because we knew, and it was in the scope of the project. We were talking with the administration and understood their needs. What do they need in order to do their jobs? It's now also being used by the crisis center. That was one of the most interesting use cases for me, at least. But it's also being used by various scientific disciplines. And now for these services, oh, and here I used the Eric Clarin example of the occurrence in the EOSC marketplace. So exactly, we already have some good practices regarding supporting different scientific disciplines in Poland by joining bigger communities. And with that, we know how to do it better than we would have done it on our own. We saw Clarin, we heard about Shock, And I believe that in the scope of Polish EOSC would be to go further and incorporate more and more, not necessarily by joining bigger communities, but at least being able to find out good practices and services or tools or solutions that can be used by us and maybe even enhanced by us. And sorry, not only, it's the connection not only between the, let's say, general community and then local one, like in Poland, but also in our own area, exchange of knowledge, exchange of good practices. And to exchange those good practices, or to make the research more effective, we can gain from tools and from the infrastructure. And now to use the services for the sake of researcher using the services, what EOSC is working on is defining what is needed from the provider to make those services available in a professional manner. And in a professional manner, we mean in a way that researcher can make most use of it. And there has been recognized several supporting services for each of the service visible to the researcher. And among these services is AAI, accounting, monitoring, service and resource catalog, marketplace for the sake of the discovery, and order management. So Cyfronet is participating in that by the delivery of the marketplace and order management, but also taking place or consulting for the rest of it, because it's the user-centric perspective. What researcher needs and how researchers can gain from these functionalities is important. Why researcher would like to, which monitoring elements researcher would like to see and why. The same applies to accounting or service and resource catalog. So now my talk will be more to the provider side. So these of you who are thinking about or already have things that you have delivered and you can share with the wider public. What can be done or what EOSC can offer you to make those services more professionally available, and also from the user perspective, user who is coming through EOSC channels, how user can more easily navigate in the ecosystem, and how the researcher, they can be only about research, not about finding out how to use things or what to do with them. So now very quickly, when you want to put your service in EOSC, you can integrate with all of them on different levels. If you have your own supporting services, you can integrate them with the central ones for the sake of the researchers. If your service is not mature in terms of professional delivery, you can use the central services as your own. The monitoring. There are several use cases that are available for the providers already. So the first case, the first case is that if you don't have your own monitoring system, you can use the central monitoring. If you have a whole infrastructure, you can monitor, you can use the expertise of the EOSC experts and build your own monitoring infrastructure for the sake of your infrastructure. You can integrate external monitoring service. So if you have your own monitoring, you can just exchange monitoring data between your monitoring service and the central one. And the last two, I will not talk about them because it's not very relevant in this scope. The resource catalog. So you can onboard your resources in the catalog. It applies both to the services and the research products, so they can become available to the wider public, but also you can learn what information are needed for the, from the researcher perspective. Because what is asked when you onboard, when you add a new service or research product to the catalog, you are being asked about the things that at the beginning might feel extensive, because you're being asked about many things. But these elements are being asked about because it will make them more discoverable for the researchers and more interoperable. Because exactly when you want to transfer data to the computing center, you need to define what kind of data it is. So in the end, it can be mapped with the transfer capability and with the computing type of the machine, for example. So these are the questions that are in the scope of the interoperability guidelines and that you will be asked about to give when joining EOSC. But again, it's for the sake of building the infrastructure that in the end is about to support the better performance of science research. Sorry. The help desk. So this is the straightforward part. If you are delivering a service, you need to be able to contact your users. And to contact your users, you need to have some channel. Usually it's emails, but it has been proven that tools meant to that work more efficient. So because of that, we are delivering also help desk capabilities. You can use the central help desk or connect your own help desk with the central one, or create a new instance for your own and connect it to the central one. We have accounting for research products. So for example, if you want to know how many times your research products has been downloaded or looked at, this is the way to do it. And this is something called order and access management. So before we go totally open, we are now trying to reflect the current situation. At some cases, before you get access to a certain resource, service, you need to go through the procedure of getting access to it. And EOSC is now facilitating currently available procedures and trying to use it to facilitate the fastest way before the researcher and the provider, so the researcher can, in the fastest way, gain access to the services. And depending on if you have already thought about it, what is your attitude towards giving access to your service or to your research products, you can either connect it to the central instance again, or use the one that we worked on for many years and try to use it for the sake of, again, getting access, but also so-called execution framework, being able to deliver it in the most convenient way for the researcher. And maybe I will go forward because it's past my time, but only to summarize, and this is something I would like to end with. Getting access, it's very important. We are not very mature, I would say, in the effective way to give access from no matter where to the services out there. And that's our next goal, being able to gain access to either computational resources or cloud resources or services, thematic services, in the most user-friendly manner for the researchers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a very good overview and concise, but very informative, and also keeping the time. And do we have some questions? Oh, very nice, because I have one. At the very beginning, I was afraid that you would like to present a very universal vision. I mean that EOSC, this basic core services, are providing everything to everyone. But it's impossible. And unfortunately, you didn't go this way. But anyway, I would like to ask how is there any possibility to further develop the services, or do you think there's any need to further develop the core services? And immediately, just a kind of suggestion that maybe it would be good to also consider a faster, easier way of for the users of going from this universal level to some domain-specific type of searching, accessing, using objects that are already in the catalog?
Thank you for that question. I think I will start. I want to make a remark regarding your first remark. In fact, EOSC is trying to do to deliver something universal, but at the same time, it's like a common knowledge. It's not possible. So it's trying to enhance the most important aspects, but again, it's about guiding. It doesn't matter if it's on a national level or community level or scientific discipline level. It needs to be adapted. And whatever we will choose from the central tools on the plate to be used on our side is our decision. Nevertheless, I can say with 100% certainty that the outputs of the core services are the result of many years of consultations and people who are experts in the field. So there is, I would think hardly regarding if it should be incorporated or not, because probably there is something that we can learn from, and if they can be enhanced, yes, we are just at the beginning, because the EOSC is as mature enough as many use cases it had. And we didn't have that many to cover at least, I don't know, 30% of what is out there. And we will not be for a probably very long time, but this is exactly what EOSC is about. So gaining new partners, understanding their needs, adapting the infrastructure, adapting the functionalities. And the core functionalities, yes, they are out there already. They are serving, I would say, maybe not basic because it doesn't sound good, but they are serving general use cases that everybody can gain from, but not necessarily that will sufficiently serve the needs of every community. And regarding the discovery, this is exactly our goal now, at least from the catalog and marketplace perspective. We are trying to do that. We don't necessarily understand everything that needs to be understood, but in the new release of the joint catalog, because at the beginning there was a separate place to look for the services and separate place to look for the research products. Now we introduced the joint catalog where the researcher can look for all of them at the same time. And the first thing we introduced was a different type of filtering and searching capabilities depending on the resource type. So if we are dealing with services or publications or data sets or software, the next step that it's already there, is different type of discovery depending on the goals that I have mentioned. Like, do you want to process? Do you want to storage? Depending on that goal, we want to be able, or we want to enable the researcher to use proper parameters in order to achieve what the researcher is looking for. And again, it's very important that the interoperability part, like this is the next big step. We are at the very beginning, but the very big step that in the end, the goal is that the researcher would be able to come to EOSC or any other infrastructure and choose one service from step 1, one service from step 2, and so on, depending on how many steps. And the number of steps would probably be relevant or dependent on the scientific disciplines. And that after choosing these different bricks, the bricks in the end will work together. The workflow will be working due to the common interfaces and interoperability guidelines that were already mentioned.
Thank you very much. It would be very tempting to continue discussion, really, but I know how to reach you later. So maybe now let's go to the next presentation.
But maybe what I would like to add only that this is what I'm talking here about is the final goal somewhere, and we cannot say it's not achievable, so do not concentrate on that. Let's do it because that's the final goal.
I do hope that EOSC is a moving target in a very good sense of this. So we have an interesting future for many years ahead of us. So let's go to the next presentation, which will be given by Magdalena Szuflita-Żurawska from Gdańsk University of Technology. So please, I would like to invite you to. Yes. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me. Many thanks
Yes.
for having me during the festival, and I must say that it's very hard to talk after Roxana because she touches so many very important things, issues connected to the infrastructure, services, competencies, everything, that I'm just thinking about how to adjust my presentation and to give you some overlook how we approach connection the researchers with with open science. So please let me start with the briefly introducing our Open Science Competency Center. Anna, my boss, my colleague, and our library director, she already mentioned our competency center several times during the previous panels. However, please just let me to tell you how our story, or maybe because we are at the festival, how our party begins. So everything started with Open Science Competency Center in 2018, but our story with open science, open access started already, I think, in 2016 with the first project, The Bridge of Knowledge. The first project, The Bridge of Knowledge, was focused more on the open access. We were dealing with open access publications, and we developed the platform for the CRIS system at Gdańsk University of Technology. The second project, The Bridge of Data, mostly focus on the sharing research data. However, it also touches a lot of other angles of the open science. What was important with the Bridge of Data project, and what we learned from the previous one, is that usually or sometimes when we're developing the infrastructure, first, and we forget to offer support in the same time. So sometimes at the end, users, researchers, for example, they have the product, they have infrastructure, but they do not know how to use it or how to properly use it. So one of the ideas to have and the Open Science Competency Center built upon the Bridge of Data project is giving the researcher, the academic community, students, PhD students, at the same time infrastructure and support. So here now we can move our services. And they are in random order. It's not the alphabetical, or it's not like, let's say, the most important services at the top. It's like in the random order. When I started to prepare this slide, I started to think about how many things we are doing at the Open Science Competency Center. As our name indicates, it's not only about research data, and of course it's on the top. It's an emerging issue at the moment. However, to give the complex support, we also have to touch the different aspects of open science. So open access to publication, open access, open scholarly communication, open peer review, and so many other things. In the context of Poland, it's also important to take into account our current situation. For example, we just finished evaluation of the scientific units. So unfortunately, we can't stop thinking about other sides of the science which are connected, for example, to gaining points for publications. So briefly, our services at the moment, and I'm sorry, my team, if I forgot about something. Mainly focus on those issues. Of course, first we giving support in data management plans, and this support as I might say, is adjust to the researchers' competencies in that field. So sometimes we have very beginning level of researchers, like let's say PhD students, which are not very familiar with data management plans, with metadata, with preparing data sets for sharing. And also we have the issues with disciplinary context. So different problems they have researchers from, let's say, social science, and different problems or issues might have researchers from chemistry or computing. So in idyllic world, of course, we would have data stewards for each scientific fields or which faculty. However, we are not, maybe in the future. So our support regarding data management plans is usually tailored and adjust to the researchers and to the disciplines. We provide trainings, general trainings, let's say, what it is data management plan, and what is important for all the disciplines, and sometimes we try to provide more disciplinary focus trainings. For example, I'm also researchers in social science, in management, so I can do, for example, trainings for that kind of disciplines. We're dealing also with fair requirements, with metadata requirements, and copyright issues. We offer the Bridge of Knowledge platform, which I will show you in 1 minute, and of course we're providing access to the Bridge of Data repository, and we're providing training to how to make your data open via our tool. At our Bridge of Knowledge platform, you can also find the virtual microscope. At the moment, it's over 20,000 digital images of tissues and organs. And we are also very proud about this virtual microscope because it's open for not only for the researchers, but also for students and for teachers, for schools, also secondary schools, high schools, and the developers of the virtual microscope. They wishing in the future for this tool to be used also, for example, during the biology lessons in secondary schools. In the meantime, when we developed the Open Science Competency Center, Plan S came up. So now we also offered the support, including Plan S requirements. And also we adjust our infrastructure, our open access repository according to the Plan S requirements. And for example, we are able now to provide DOI for or for authors accepted manuscript. Another important service we offer is self-archiving policies database for Polish scientific journals. It was developed during the Breach of Data project. Regarding the gap, which you can find in Sherpa Romeo database, when we realized that it's I'm not remember exactly the number, but that time when we developed our database, it was only, I think, over 30 journals from Poland indexed by Sherpa Romeo. So we started to build up our self-archiving policies database, and it's also available at the Bridge of Knowledge platform. In the meantime, we also giving the support for researchers in cross-checking funders' policies and also publishers' policy regarding publishing data. As Anna mentioned earlier in earlier panel, we also provide a lecture for PhD students, and this is obligatory lectures for first year PhD students, and we call it information skills, scientific databases and information skills. And part of this lectures is also open science module. Unfortunately, very short. However, I hope it will extend, and we try to teach us the most important aspects of open access publishing, and also introducing data management plans, because in our policy at the university, all the PhD students in the future will have to apply for the Preludium grant. So that kind of course, I think it's quite useful for them. Another thing what is already mentioned, it's our Polish working group, and this is the Polish chapter of the Data Stewardship Competency Centers. But again, we started to exchange our ideas, not only on the sharing data or data management plans, but we just going a little bit broad. So, for example, our next meeting will be about open access publishings and different open access programs. So at the moment it's over 80 people, and we're meeting once per month, every first Wednesday, and we're using emails and also the Trello tool for communication. Another thing based on OJS, it's our journals platforms for journals published at Gdańsk University of Technology. We also provide conference system based on Indico. Everything is incorporate to the Bridge of Knowledge platform, and the interface is also designed according according to the bridge of knowledge interface. We providing bibliometrics and metrics support, data citation, we advising on repository indexation, and at the moment we are working for legal issues database. So hopefully in the next few months or at the beginning of the next year, we will be able to show you our legal issues database, which I think and I hope that be the first one in the world, because I've never met the database like that. Unfortunately, at the beginning, it will be in Polish, but maybe in the future we will be able to provide this information also in English. And because I know that I'm running out of time, and my next slide is my scientific profile from the Bridge of Knowledge platform. And what I would like to show you here is that because Roxana mentioned that EOSC wants to connect researchers with different services. There are so many services, even if you are looking at our university and at our platform, it's so many services. So we would like to simplify the way researchers could find them. And we put everything in one place. So everything what I mentioned today in my presentation, you can find in the Bridge of Knowledge platform. And we hope that this vision, this path we took, it'd be great support for our researchers and for promoting their scientific output at the international level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking us on a tour across this platform and showing a lot of interesting highlights. And some questions from the audience? No? Yes, please.
A quick one. Out of curiosity, regarding the profile, the researcher profile, because I saw you are able to connect the ORCID ID, for example. Do you have a direct integration with ORCID, or is it only about Okay, no. Thank you.
No. It was too expensive.
Yeah, I've heard.
At the time, yes. So yes.
I think it still is.
But we have that. Yes, it is still. So, however, we wanted to connect so many services in one place. And basically, you can see that researchers, they connect Scopus profiles, Mendeley profiles, Google Scholar profiles, but it's not like a direct integration.
Thank you.
And let me ask about, you have so many, you have a very large number of resources, all of them are describe a metadata. Is it possible, maybe you offer such a functionality, is possible to, is your center repository open for automated harvesting of metadata by some other centers, some other places?
Yes, it will be. It will be. So we will try to, in the next couple of months, we will try to integrate with OpenAir, and so we would like to be included in the EOSC catalog. So yes, the works is in progress.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, we are almost out of time. We started later. Yes, we started later. Good reminding. Yeah. So now, thank you very much once again. Now I would like to introduce Raimundas Tuminauskas from Poznań Supercomputing and Networking Center. Raimundas, please, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope that you can see me and you can hear me.
Perfectly.
And I will start sharing my screen. You can see too. So my presentation, and
Yes.
I will just start the timer. So my presentation is something that we have as a work in progress. So it's not a ready service. However, when and it represents in a way, it represents also a way of thinking. So when we started, we looked at what do scientists want, and that is the outcome of the user engagement with during the project EOSC Future, where we work on the marketplace together with Cifranet, and essentially what scientists want to have, they want to perform their science, and all the rest is a burden. All the rest is perceived as increasing the time. They agree that they have to follow the rules, but they want to get to the point where they can develop the algorithms, can develop their theories, rather than writing up the projects, describing what they do, and so on. So that is the key point. So therefore, we have, as Polish infrastructures, we have a lot of things to offer. But above all, as a consortia of infrastructures, we can offer multidisciplinarity, because most of the presenters are one way or the other connected today, at least connected to the consortia of Polish infrastructures and providers. We can offer neutrality, and we can offer effectiveness, essentially to get to the science in the shortest route. So also, we can do more to find the solutions, to provide the solutions for the community, for service integration, for data management and compliance. Because it is where, in these infrastructures, the data is stored. In these infrastructures, the data is processed. So that is the natural place to provide the data management capabilities and compliance. Also, being a consortium, we have the capability to start small and scale up. Because if you look, even the big content providers, now Google's and Microsoft's of today, they didn't start doing everything. It took years for them to scale up and to integrate. So we have that opportunity to start small, to address a specific problem, and then you use this famous example of the one item that probably every household has, is called WD-40, water displacement formula 40, which was designed for water displacement, and now it's used for many applications, because the usage scaled up so much that this little substance is indispensable at home. So we can start small, we can scale up, and we can advance fast. So what we have in terms of infrastructure, and in terms of our Polish infrastructure mapping to EOSC, we have Pioneer Lab, we have National Data Storage, we have Praise Lab 1 and 2, we have Euro HPC Poland. So we have a lot of infrastructure resources, but we have, on top of that, we offer the services. And you saw in the presentations in this festival, a lot of these services that are that are dedicated for the authentication, for the delivery of the cloud components, for the delivery of software as a service, video transmission, and also for software solutions for libraries, for artificial intelligence, for open science even. You saw the presentation of Rohab, and I will go back to that. And we offer end-to-end solutions integrating multiple of these components or of these infrastructure components. So how do we integrate these infrastructure components, and how do we make the science more effective, and how do we provide the value? Because these infrastructure components we also see as a value to the scientists, as a value to our community members, to the community that we are part of. So we are not service providers, we are providers of the solutions. So I would like to demonstrate a tool that is pretty much work in progress. It has been mentioned before, but I will talk more about it. So let me switch to my browser here. If I go from the Pioneer page which we can see as a catalog of all of the infrastructure and end-to-end services provided by the community. That is where the researchers can choose whatever they want to use. I will go to this one. So this is the warning that the demonstration will be in Polish. So this is a warning that this is a proof of concept more solution, but we will be looking for testers. So if I come here, I can see that first of all it is Argo service. It has been mentioned before. It has been developed by the Athena Research Center in Greece. And we decided to have our own instance of this service for the reasons to have the quicker opportunity to develop faster, to enhance and to also add the functionality that we require faster, and I will come to that. So first of all, it requires me to log in, and I will log in via the Rohab and via the essentially via the EGI check-in. I have been logged in. Otherwise, it would go to the federated login page. So I have been logged in, and you can see the that this service offers the data management plans. So as a scientist, I do not have to create my data management plans in PDF and write them down. I have the central location. I will have the central location where I can create this data management plan. I can also benefit from the public data management plans that are available on the site. I can copy them and I can see whether some parts of that data management plan fits my situation, some parts that may not fit. So I also can add the description of the data. So I will make this working version. So currently it is it has the descriptions, and the template used for that is currently Horizon Europe, because we will go to the next step for with that. But we have also the template of the National Sciences Center in Poland, so that could be used. as well. So I can add all the information that is required by the data management plan, and I can add even the link to the repository and so on. So I will end my work here, and I will go back to the DMP, and I will finish my work here. Yep. And what can be done is that, for example, when we fill in these data management plans, it is an option to select the funding authority and to select the project. So we don't have currently any integration with funding authorities, but that integration on the API level, where we can query the databases of the funding authorities, that would allow us to have the last-minute information on the grants, so that when scientists enter that information, it is actual, and it could be connected back. But I will come back to that a bit later. So then I can choose export, and I can choose PDF. I can choose a Word document. I can choose XML file, and then I can currently we are working on this, so this is not integrated. But if I go to the RoHub site, I can switch languages then, and I go to my research objects. Now, yep, I can import. I can import the DMP. It takes some time. I can import the DMP, update it, and create the research object based on the DMP. So currently it is not seamless. It requires to switch. But we started working from the end of August in earnest on these systems. So we will be working on the full integration of this. As you can see, not everything here is nice and shiny with the Polish script, but as you can see, I mean, this offers the full integration between the data management plan, research object, and the data storage infrastructure beneath the research object, because research object can also further acquire the resources for the data storage based on the configuration. So for the sake of time, I will not talk too much about this, because if we open research object, it has too much in it to cover in a few minutes of the demonstration. But I would rather would like to emphasize the value for this, because our solutions have to provide the value to the scientists. So for the scientific community, the value is the compliance, is the effectiveness, the time to research, and it is the extended functions of the research object that can then integrate more services. So that's when we speak about the integration of the services, only EOSC speaks about the composability of the services. That's what we want to achieve here. We want to compose these services into the joint offer that would allow researchers to minimize the time to research to provide the effectiveness, and to provide the multidisciplinarity, the possibility of multidisciplinarity by sharing their description of their, sharing their data plan and sharing the description of their data, so that others can find their description of the data. That doesn't mean that the data has to be shared immediately, but that means that the at least the description, the research information is shared. I think that it is also the value for the policy and funding organizations, because such system would provide a single source of truth, where to have this item as a go-to registry for the data management plans would allow scientists to have a clear view how to address this requirement, but also would allow the policymakers to have a single source of the data management plans, not to have to address the PDFs, docs, and whatnot, written material. It is a vehicle for policy. That is, if you want to change what is required for the data management plan in the view of the policy and funding organizations, that is the way. That is a single place where you have to do it, and it provides the statistics. More importantly, what are the data? What are the options of the data management that are more liked by scientists? And so on. And for the providers of resources, it provides the value, the integration of the resources into the solutions, into such an end-to-end solution, provides the value of sustainability, because we are relevant as providers as long as we provide the solutions, as long as we make life better and easier for our community, which is research and education. I will not talk more because I'm over the time, but I hope that these 2 minutes additional time were worthwhile to listen. So thank you for the attention, and I'm open if there are any questions here, and if sharing is caring, everybody knows that. And if we want to find other data of others and tools of the others, we have to be ready to share our own data and share description of our data, share metadata, and share the tools. So we are looking for the testers, for people who would like to use that system. We are ready to do the handholding, and we are ready to add possibility for the data storage to that offer, as long as we have that data storage available. This is a bit of the side project of PSNC, what we could spare. But with the guidance of the Deputy Director, Dr. Krzysztof Korowski, who was there on Monday, we will continue to integrate that into the single solution for scientists, for policymakers, and for the providers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting this very useful application in development, but already quite in a advanced stage. And also thank you very much for for the message you formulated on the last slide. It's perfectly fits to this moment of the festival, almost like a motto, to a take-home message. We are now. Okay, maybe let's don't take a look on the watch. Some quite long time beyond our planned schedule, but there was not much possibility for the a question to you. Obviously, sorry, I just forgot. What do we have some questions from the chat? No, we do not have, but I have a question. Yes, so please, Natalia.
Yes. Thank you, Raimundas, for presenting this interesting tool which should support our DMP hardship. I have a question. Are you going to provide us with the support on the track changes in the DMP? Because as you know, DMP is a so-called living document, and throughout the research project advancement, the DMP should change. In fact, it has to change. This is how the research process works. So as you know, at the end of the project, we have to submit, the researchers have to submit the report from implementation of DMP. It is usually for many grant calls, for many stakeholders that provide the funding for research projects. It is usually the standard is that you have was, is, yes? So what we initially wanted to have in our DMP and what we finally achieved. And that's why it is so important to save the versions, so-called, the next versions of the DMP, which should include the changes that we put into it. And it could be very useful. So could you just maybe mention how you are going to solve it?
So you can see here. And I can start a new version of this DMP. And start a new version after that, so that's this tool is fully has been designed with this process in mind.
Okay, so like new versions, but it is called versification, I think, right? Version control, yeah.
It's not really version control. It's more like it's more what you mentioned in terms of DMPs. It's more like what has happened.
But they are related, right? You do track the connection between them.
Yeah, they are connected.
It would be nice to have automatic, like, at the end to get the final version, like, the final report on how it has changed throughout
Next feature.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree that.
So we are challenging you now.
Yes. So let me say this. Our preference here is to start small and have the production ready minimum viable product that will have the versions, that will have it is based on the software of our Greek colleagues. We will work on that on our own to advance this further and to adapt to the requirements, and particularly to adapt to the requirements of the for the policymakers and funding bodies. Because we see a bit of the value there, and quite a substantial bit of the value there. So it may not gain this functionality from day one when it comes to the production, but I would say that if it is a requirement, if it would provide the value, if it would save the time and provide effectiveness to the scientists, and provide the value to the policy and the funding players, that definitely it has to be here.
Thank you. It will be very useful, I think, for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh yes, as the audience didn't have much occasions to take voice, maybe there are some comments, questions that should be formulated before the end of the session. Yes, the last minutes of a festival, last occasion. Maybe you would like to share
this year.
This year, obviously.
Thank you for letting me be a cherry on the cake, although it's not yet that mature, but maybe not too sour.
Okay, so thank you once again to all the speakers. Thank you very much for participating in the session, and it was a very, very fruitful couple of hours and a lot of interesting presentation, observations, and information. Thank you very much. And
thank you very much.
Thank you.
And please, Natalia, I'll pass control to you, our host.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think it is quite a sad moment, because after 3 days of having this fruitful, rich debates, presentation and conversation, it's time to conclude the meeting and finish our first EOSC Festival and national tripartite event. However, I think and I hope that we are taking a lot with us, and we have some new fields of exploration and new goals, knowing now how rich landscape of open science we already have in Poland and in Europe, and with this awareness, somehow obviously it helps us to set the next steps. So for the moment, I would like to obviously thank you all of you. So let me start from the panelists and all the chairing persons for your contribution, sharing knowledge openly, sharing your experience, presenting your excellent projects, infrastructures, tool services, and system working already. It only presents that we are already there implementing open science in Poland and beyond. We are part of the, let's say, European family doing and focusing on the same goal, on new culture of open science. Let me thank wholeheartedly all the participants that were here in Krakow, but also online, listening to us, sharing the interest, accepting our invitation. I think only this way we all together may create open science culture in Poland and beyond Poland, by participation, by awareness, by taking actions. So I think it is there. As we saw, there were over 150 participants registered for the online participation. So it is already a great goal achieved with you, with your interest and spending the time with us. So we are very grateful for appreciating the event. Last but not least, obviously, I would like to organize everyone who contributed to organize this event and make this event possible. It's very difficult to mention everyone personally, so I will obviously thank the NCN staff who tried to organize the event all together to make it happen. Obviously, I would like to thank Ministry of Education and Science for their contribution to the event, and EOSC Association for their support and their directions. And I think it's just again new beginning, new start for our tripartite collaboration in the partnership. And I hope to see you all in Gdańsk on the Open Science Conference in December. And next year, hopefully, we will see each other for the next on the next EOSC Festival, the second national tripartite event in Poland. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your contribution, and hopefully see you soon. Goodbye. Thank you.
Goodbye. Thank you.